And that's why the homosexual movement is very disrespectful to black women. Right? The homosexual man is very disrespectful to the black woman. Because that's what he thinks the black woman is. He thinks the black woman is loud and ratchet. Right? That's why when he imitates a black woman, that's why when he cosplays as a black woman, he acts like that with his hand movement, with his talking loud and sassiness. You think that the black woman acts like that. This nigga want to be Shanae so bad, right? This nigga want to be Shanae so bad. But he's not, right? He's not a real woman, though. You're just an imitation of a woman, right? The real women are comely and delicate. We gotta get out. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 6, verse 2. I have likened the daughter of Zion to a comely and delicate woman. Right? He's standing with his hand on his hip like little teacups. Like, the white man do stuff to us because he know he can get away with it. Right, come on. Neither oppress the afflicted. Neither oppress the afflicted. And the gay. That sister seems like they claim she has a little bit of tradition. Right, so don't you have, you're supposed to have a, what do we call it, police sensitivity training. Right. All right, you should have sensitivity training on how to deal with situations like this, where you don't have to use deadly force. You should have sensitivity training. But they don't look, just kill her. And we're gonna say she was bugged out. I thought she was gonna throw the wall on me. Right, guys? For the Lord will please their cause. What is y'all? Right, for the Lord will please their cause. The Lord will plead our cause, God, and spoil the soul of those that spoil them. Well, there you go. Don't worry about it. The Most High will get out there. Most High will get vengeance for us, and he will plead our cause, and he will spoil those that spoiled us. All right, that links up with Psalms 10. That was Psalms 10, and what we left off at? 7 on 1 and 8. Yeah, that was Proverbs 22:22 with Psalms 10, 7, and 8. Go back to Psalms 10. Here we go. The book of Psalms, chapter 10, verse 8. He sitteth in the lurking places of the lurking places of the villages. In the secret places doeth he murder the innocent. In the secret place do he murder the innocent. Right? Come on. His eyes are privily set against the poor. Basically, he kills us because he can get away with it. That's basically what it's saying, right? Come on. Verse 9. It is privily because they act like, no, it's not like that. Right? We're just here to do our duty. When the damn FBI is telling us more white supremacists are joining police forces. Right? Come on. He lies in wait secretly as a lion in his den. Come on. He lies in wait to catch the poor. He does catch the poor when he draws him into his net. Draws him, I tell you, man, the Bible is scary, man. Damn, the Bible. He draws the poor into his net. He drew that sister in. He lured her in to kill her. He said, I'm going to use the hot water on the stove narrative. And I'm gonna kill this sister, man. The Bible is real, man. Right? She asked he told her there was a pot on the stove. Right. She asked, could she go in there and take it off? So when she went in there, that's when she spoke the name of Jesus, and I rebuke you. She was making folly with him, and he took it and ran with it, and it's right. That's the scriptures coming to life, man. All right, he lined that sister up. Right, he set up the paw in the trap in the net. All right, I'm paraphrasing. It's like that.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. All praises to the Most High.
Hey, Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Khan.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. All right, let me get my lighting together. All right. So, as you see, ATL was on fire, bringing it out in these last days. You know what I mean? These spirits are getting more and more bold, because we're getting closer and closer to the end. All right, but let's start by giving all praise and honor to Yahweh Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahweh Shai, Yahweh being the name of Heavenly Father, Yahweh Shai being the name of His only begotten Son, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. All right, we are going to have a class and we're going to talk about the current events that are popping off worldwide. All right, just give me 1 second. Gotta put an edit real quick. All right, Slock, yeah. Bring this back. Is anybody available to read today?
What I can hold it down. Some I got you.
Khan, if you have to go, let me know, King. Okay, Shalom.
Come.
All right. So let's get started. Okay, because there's a lot to cover. Right now, we're waiting for Iran to respond to Israel, Hezbollah to respond to Israel, Syria to respond to Israel, Hamas to respond to Israel. They're all surrounding Israel right now. All right, these are prophetic times we're living in, but that's not the only thing that's going on. All right, and we're going to talk about some of the other things that is occurring. Let's go to 2nd Ezra chapter 6 and Slakia, 2nd Ezra chapter 8 and verse 61. And we will begin to bring out what is occurring in these last days. All right, so when you got it, you can bring it out, okay?
Come, Salak.
No problem.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra 8 and 61, correct?
Khan.
And therefore is my judgment now at hand. 62.
Khan, go ahead.
These things have I not showed unto all men, but unto thee and a few like thee. Then answered I and said,
Khan, go ahead.
63. Behold, O Lord, how thou showed me the multitude of the wonders which thou wilt begin to do in the last times, but at what time thou hast not showed me.
So these last days, you know, people say, oh man, they've been talking about that forever. You stay talking about the last days, this, that, and the third, right? But you gotta understand something. These things are occurring. And what things are we talking about? These signs, these wonders. Okay. And right now the judgment is taking place all over the four corners. All right.
Hey,
Let's go
Shalak,
down. Go ahead.
did you start the recording?
I thought so. Is it going on?
I don't see the red button next to your mic.
Okay. Let me see what I'm doing. Slovakia. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm not recording on Zoom. I'm live streaming on YouTube. 1 second, y'all.
Okay, come.
God. Okay. It's like it's little technical difficulties back on though. Okay. Yeah, so on YouTube, if you want to go back over this class, it will be on HOI News YouTube page. All right. So let's go to 2nd Ezra chapter 9 and verse 1.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra chapter 9, verse 1, when all happened, say, come. Verse 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, And when thou seest part of the signs pass, which I have told thee before.
Go ahead.
2. Then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
So the Most High, of course, visits the world in different ways, right? Different ways. And you're going to see a video today out of Brazil, and a lot of our people are down there in Brazil. A lot of slave ships went down in Brazil, right? So you're going to see a video from Brazil that has a extremely close picture of a chariot. All right. So getting closer and closer is an understatement. Not saying they can't be sitting right next to you right now, the angels, right? But when you start to see these things, it's because they want us to see these things. Please understand that. Okay. Go ahead. Read next verse.
Verse 3. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world.
They hold that. Okay, so like yesterday, it was a 7.0 earthquake in the Philippines, followed by several aftershocks. If you could call them aftershocks, 6.2, 6.5, huge aftershocks. Okay, so there's earthquakes in the world. We brought out on Tuesday, 2.2 magnitude earthquake in New Jersey. Within this week, it was a 5.1 magnitude earthquake in California. Let me see what happened. Something happened in Wyoming today. Yellowstone. So any type of earthquake in Yellowstone, you gotta, look into, because Yellowstone is a super volcano underneath there. So any type of earthquake is significant. See if I can find it. Let me see. Slovakia. But a Yellowstone earthquake is very significant. Let me see what size it was. In Wyoming, Yellowstone had an earthquake, the magnitude of 3.1. You're like, man, that's not too large. But you look back when within like a week or two, I say about 2 weeks, geyser blew up over there and messed up the boardwalk, and people were running from them a lot for their lives, their collective lives. So there's earthquakes, 5.1 magnitude earthquake in Italy. Oh, okay. And a 5.6 magnitude earthquake in Alaska. So there's earthquakes in diverse places. And also, as we're going to see, uproars of the people. There was I believe like a Taylor Swift dance function, and somebody stabbed it up, didn't shoot it up, stabbed it up. And now we have riots. Let's bring this out. Slovakia
has shaken the nation. Now let's turn our attention to the UK. A brutal stabbing has shaken the nation. 11 children and 2 adults were stabbed on Monday in the town of Southport in northwest England. 3 of the children died. They were young girls, 6, 7, and 9 years old. The attacker was a 17-year-old boy. His motives are not known yet, but we do have some information about him. The attacker grew up in Cardiff in Wales. His family had migrated there from Rwanda. They moved to Southport in 2013. That's all we know for a fact. But facts mean little in the age of social media. After the attack, some rumors started doing the rounds, rumors about the suspect's religious identity. Some people from out of Southport decided to act on the rumors. Hundreds descended upon the town in mourning and unleashed violence at a mosque near the site of the stabbings. Here's our report.
A dance class workshop was underway on Monday morning in the seaside town of Southport in northwest England. About 25 children had signed up to participate in the Taylor Swift-themed workshop. But then a knife-wielding attacker showed up.
My officers were called to reports of a stabbing at 11:47 this morning and at an address in Southport. When they arrived, they were shocked to find that multiple people, many of whom were children.
Why Esau hair look like that though? You know what I mean? Like, you know, you're gonna be on TV. You really can't just put a comb to that thing. You know, just something I'm, noticing. Let's continue.
Had been subjected to a ferocious attack and had suffered serious injuries.
By the time the police reached the scene, 11 children and 2 adults had been stabbed. 2 young girls were already dead. 6-year-old B.B. King and 7-year-old Elsie Stancombe. At least 7 of the other children were in a critical condition. So were the 2 adults. The attacker was arrested.
A 17-year-old male from Banks in Lancashire, who is originally from Cardiff, has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, and is being taken to a police station where he will be interviewed by detectives.
9-year-old Alice da Silva Aguiar died in the hospital early Tuesday morning. The others are stable, but they aren't out of danger. Yesterday, the town was in mourning.
Something like this that has unfolded here yesterday is something that is what can only be described as a devastating nightmare.
Locals gathered to pay their respects. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was also there.
I came here to pay my respects to the victims and families who are going through raw pain and grief that most of us can't imagine. I can't imagine as a dad myself. I think it touches a nerve with the whole country.
During the vigil, some outsiders entered Southport. The mob gathered outside a mosque close to the attack site, and they began rioting. The mob attacked the mosque and the police officers protecting it. They hurled.
I mean, we got to look at this. You know what I mean? These people obviously were raised by wolves. How about you let justice prevail? Let the judicial system find its way through. Let's look at the evidence. Okay, but these people just go to the streets. They start lighting fires. They're not respecting law enforcement. Okay, they're not backing the blue. Soon they're going to be kneeling when the national anthem comes on. I mean, it's just despicable. I'll let it play, but I mean, these people are obviously raised by wolves. They as soon as they put the crack pipe down, they hit the streets. They're probably all junkies. They probably don't have fathers in the house. But I digress. Let's continue. All right.
With bricks, bottles, and fireworks at the mosque and the police. They set cars on fire, including a police van. At least 50 police officers sustained injuries. The mosque was also damaged. But why did the rioters choose to attack a mosque? Apparently, some rumors were doing the rounds on social media, suggesting there was an Islamist angle to the stabbings. The British police have said that this is not true. The 17-year-old grew up in Cardiff. His family had migrated there from Rwanda. They moved to Southport in 2013. This is all the information that has been made public. But some people chose to believe the rumors instead. An organization called the English Defence League was allegedly involved in yesterday's riots. The group has been described as a bunch of far-right thugs. It is known for its Islamophobia. Starmer claims that they hijacked yesterday's vigil and insulted the grieving community of Southport. The Prime Minister has condemned the violence and promised that the rioters will feel the full force of the law.
All right, let's go back to 2nd Ezra chapter 9, and you read verse 3.
Come, just look at 2nd Ezra chapter 9, verse 3. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. Then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning.
Even from the beginning. You talked about the end in the beginning. Go ahead.
Verse 5. For like as all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest.
And it's manifest, okay? You got riots in the streets. Okay, they're burning down mosques, hitting police officers. You see that one cop? It looked like he was streaming down blood from his head. I don't think he's all right. You know, he didn't come to work like that, and he shouldn't have to leave like that. You know, if Esau just can control their murderous rage, man, that's Edomite on Edomite crime, man. Okay. So what else is going on? Okay, you got riots in England. What else is new? You know, every time they have a soccer match, you know what I mean, the thuggery comes out. You know, they have a rugby match, you know what I mean, they're burning things, flipping cars, all types of malicious, violent things happen over there. Every time they have any type of sports event, somebody loses, sometimes somebody wins, and they get drunk and start fighting. Despicable. What else is going on in the world? Well, let's go back in time. We're going to take a trip back. Let's go to the book of Salakia. Let me see what I want. Let's go to Revelation 11 verse 14. All right. Let's go to Revelation 11 verse 14, and we're going to figure some things out. Now let's go back in time. We got to go back for this video. So a lot of stuff is current news, right? And this is, you know, in the 24-hour news cycle, you're like, man, that happened a year ago. That's not news. Of course it is. But because it backs up what occurred, what's occurring right now. Okay. All right, let's bring that out. Revelation 11 verse 14.
Con, this is the book of Revelations, chapter 11, verse 14. When all have it, say con. 14. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly.
So the third destruction is past, the third woe cometh quickly. We see that as World War III. And you know what? Jim Crow Joe Biden says the same thing, matching up with prophecy. You know, he might not know who he is or what he did 5 minutes ago, but he understands what World War III is. What a lot of people believe World War III is nuclear weapons. That is pretty much the pinnacle. That is the cherry on top. We are engaged in World War III. Every major nation, superpower, has boots on the ground somewhere in the world. Okay. China is very secretive about what they're doing. North Korea is like, yeah, we'll bring some mercenaries, you know what I'm saying? We'll bring some troops over there to Ukraine, no problem. Okay, we're dealing with Iran making a vow. They put the red flag up in their mosque saying this is revenge. We're going to bomb, Iran are going to bomb Israel. And Hezbollah said, we're getting into Tel Aviv. The Houthis say, we're going to bomb anybody. You know, Houthis don't care what's going on. You know, there's people out in Yemen, psychopaths. They're wild men. They know who they are. You know, the Iranians try to wear their little suit and ties and stuff like that. But like it says in 2 Ezra 15th chapter, they're going to remember themselves as well. Okay. So Jim Crow Joe Biden said, let me see what the date on this. This is 2 years ago. All right. He don't know what he did 2 minutes ago, but keep in mind, this is legit. All right.
I want to be clear, though. We're going to make sure Ukraine has the weapons to defend themselves from invading Russian force. And we will send money and food aid to save Ukrainian lives. We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms if, in fact, they come all the way here. And
not Haiti, though, not Haitians. Levites, y'all got to go back. Ukrainians, come on in. All your tax dollars straight out the country. We got to make sure Ukrainians are good. Yeah, you're starving in the streets. The stock market dropped 610 points. Unemployment rate rose at 4.3 now, technically, with people that have been unemployed, for a long time. They're not even counted anymore, but unemployment rate's high. We want to make sure Ukraine's good. What else does Jim Crow Joe have to say?
As we provide this support to Ukraine, we're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message that we will defend every inch of NATO territory, every single inch, with a united, galvanized NATO. One movement. That's why I've moved over 12,000 American forces along the borders with Russia, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, etc. Because they move once. Granted, if we respond, it is World War III, but we have a sacred obligation on NATO territory, a sacred obligation, Article 5. And we will not, although we will not fight the Third World War in Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine was never be a victory. Democrats are rising to meet the moment, rallying the world on the side of peace and security. We're showing the strength and we'll never falter. But look, the idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews, just understand, and don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say. That's called World War III. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Jim Crow Joe Biden. Can you read the next verse? Verse 12. Verse 15, Slakia.
Verse 15. This Revelation 11 and 15. And the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven, saying, the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord, and of this Christ, and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever.
So these kingdoms are fallen, and the Most High and his Son taking them over. Go ahead.
16. And the 24 elders, which sat before God on their seats, fell upon their faces and worshiped God.
Go ahead.
17. Saying, we give thee thanks, O Lord God Almighty, which art and was and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power and hast reigned.
Taking over this place. Okay, go ahead.
18. And the nations were angry, and their wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants and to thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
So we're like, man, why? Because the average person's like, please, no World War III. We need peace. We understand what the prophecies say. All right, World War III, it's coming. It's a change in the guard from Yahweh Shai coming to rule. And the rewards, okay, of doing this work, staying diligent, following these law, statutes, commandments. All right, go ahead. Read the next verse.
19. And the temple of God was open in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament. And there were lightnings and voices and thunderings and an earthquake and great hail.
So let me back up what I was saying with Jim Crow Joe Biden saying is World War III. Now they have some other things on deck. They just brought in, this is brand new, okay? Hot off the presses, I think this like 2 days ago. All right, let's get Psalm chapter 20 and verse 7 on deck while we watch the latest of what's happening in Ukraine.
Ukraine has already carried out its first combat missions with F-16s following the long-awaited arrival of the American-made fighters.
For clarification, we're going to go back in time and what Putin said about the F-16s going to Ukraine, because the F-16s are nuclear capable. So when it looks like a missiles on there, because of course there's missiles on there, they're offensive weapons, they're fighter jets, but that missile can be tipped with a nuclear warhead. So Russia said, we're not playing around. We see them things in the sky, they're getting shot down. And since the airports, during war, you immediately destroy the enemy's airports, so they can't bring in things, bring in the equipment or take it out. So what Ukraine has been doing is using other airports in like Romania and other, and probably Poland, but I know Romania. So they've been bombing those places, having drones go to Romania and invading that airspace. And of course, that is NATO. Article 5, if you bomb one of us, you bomb us all. So that's what Russia's doing. They said, this is what we're going to do. That's why this thing is highly significant. Let's continue.
Telegraph reports. According to the publication, modern military aircraft have so far been used only for air defense. A representative of the Ukrainian Air Force did not deny this. Ukraine is expected to receive 79 F-16 fighters from Belgium, Denmark, Norway, and the Netherlands. Alexei Nispapa, commander of the Ukrainian Navy, said the planes would help challenge Russia's total dominance in the skies over the Black Sea. But Western aviation experts warn that the warplanes will not be something that will ensure victory for the Ukrainians. Earlier, media reports said that only 6 Ukrainian pilots had qualified to fly the F-16, meaning they would only be able to fly a limited number of sorties per day. There are also suggestions that the planes would be limited to an air defense role due to the threat posed by Russian anti-aircraft missile systems located closer to the front lines. Recall on July the 31st, Bloomberg reported that the first F-16 fighters had already arrived in Ukraine. This was also confirmed by the AP. It is not known exactly how many aircraft were delivered in the first tranche or by which countries. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby refused to confirm that the United States had transferred its F-16 fighters to Ukraine. At the same time, it was noted that the United States has no doubt that Kiev will be able to begin using the F-16 fighters received from the West by the end of the summer. Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis said that Ukraine has already received the first batch of F-16 fighter jets as part of Western defense aid. The minister noted that such support in the form of delivering these long-awaited aircraft to the Ukrainian side seemed impossible before. F-16s in Ukraine. Another impossible turned out to be totally possible, Landsbergis stated in his post. Meanwhile, a U.S. official told Reuters on the condition of anonymity that the delivery of the fighter jets has been completed. However, it remains unclear how many jets have been provided to Ukraine in the first batch and from which countries. The United States will equip F-16 fighters supplied to Ukraine with modern weapons, including air-to-air missiles, the Wall Street Journal reports, citing a senior U.S. official. It is noted that Denmark and the Netherlands are preparing to send the first American-made F-16s to Ukraine this summer, with aircraft from Belgium and Norway to arrive later. But the source of the aircraft's critical weapons remains unclear. While the Pentagon has limited stockpiles and production capabilities, it will supply F-16s with air-to-air ground munitions, precision bomb guidance kits, and advanced air-to-air missiles in sufficient quantities to meet Ukraine's most pressing needs, the publication writes, citing information from a source. As Major General Rolf Folland, commander of the Royal Norwegian Air Force, stated, the aircraft itself is useless without weapons. The weapons the U.S. is sending to the F-16s include the AGM-88 HARM air-to-air ground missile, extended-range versions of the Joint Direct Attack Munition Kits, which turn unguided bombs into smart weapons, and so-called small-diameter bombs. The U.S. will also send the jets to the Advanced Medium-Range Air-to-Air Missile, known as AMRAAM, and the AIM-9X Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile. In Europe, many countries were reluctant to send large quantities of their limited stockpiles of air-launched munitions to Kyiv, the U.S. official said. So Western allies came up with a solution the Pentagon calls a jump start. European countries could pool their funds to buy the US-made weapons to send to Ukraine. Recall that the New York Times previously wrote that Ukraine is one step away from deploying the first American F-16 fighters, but still faces serious problems that may get even worse. We are talking about Russia's increasing attacks on Ukrainian airfields, as well as a shortage of trained pilots and maintenance and support personnel. Aviation expert of Ukraine, Bohdan Dolintsy, notes that the number of F-16 aircraft in Ukraine affects the cost of maintenance. He said that it is necessary to understand that if we talk about flight time, then an hour of flight for each aircraft is quite an expensive pleasure. The cost, for example, of using the F-16 is one of the lowest in the world, provided, of course, that there are a large number of these aircraft. That is, there is data that the cost of an hour of flight is up to $5.5 thousand for the F-16. But this, of course, is for those countries that have a fleet of hundreds of aircraft, Dollins noted. He added that if at the initial stages Ukraine will have a small fleet of dozens of aircraft, then this cost will thus increase 3 to 4 or more times per hour of flight. At the same time, on the other hand, in addition to the flight itself, it is also necessary to understand that the cost of ammunition is quite high.
All right, so they have F-16s. I don't think Russia's going to like that too much. In fact, Putin even talked about that about a year before this happened, maybe even more. Anyway, let's go to Psalm chapter 20 and verse 7.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 20 and verse 7. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God.
So, they're trusting in these chariots. They're trusting in Esau's weaponry. They're saying, you know what, this is going to change the course of action. This is going to change the course of the war. No, it's not. Ukraine is getting destroyed. And even Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense of the United States government, said, they're not going to beat Russia. He said this like nobody was watching, like the cameras weren't on. He's like, yeah, we're not going to beat Russia. What we're doing is we're weakening Russia. So at the expense of Ukraine, the entire country, the people, the United States just like told them to their face, like, you're not going to beat them. We're just going to, they're going to use missiles on you guys. So when it's time to really engage with them, they're going to be weaker. You know what I mean? Go ahead, can read verse 8.
Verse 8, they brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright.
So the most high is, allowing them to have these F-16s, but also allowing Russia to know where they're coming, where they are, and they got to put them underneath bases because they're just going to bomb them. So they're going to be bombing Romania. And like we said earlier, Article 5. Okay. It hasn't happened yet because I think the United States realized it's going to be trouble. All right. Now let's go to read verse 9.
Verse 9. Say, Lord, let the king hear us when we call.
So all praise to honor Yahweh Shem Mashiach Yahushai. We are moving right in this direction of World War III. Okay. Now let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 4. All praise, excellent precept.
2 Corinthians 10, verse 4, when all has it, say calm.
Gone.
Calm. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds.
The weapons we use, they're not carnal. These are carnal weaponry that Esau is thinking is going to change the course of this war, change the tides. It's too little, it's too late. And Russia's just laughing like, we're just going to blow them up. You know what I'm saying? Just like we blow up everything. He's going to talk about that. He's like, man, you know, you can bring them, but we're just going to blow them up. And the thing about that is that you can't just hop into a F-16 and all of a sudden you can drive it. You have to learn how to drive. You have to be a pilot. So the pilots that they're using, you don't know if they're Ukrainians or they're part of NATO. So when Russia blows them out the sky, you say, oh no, a French fighter just got killed. Oh no, a good old boy from Iowa, he died in a Russian shot him down. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be like kind of like a false flag type thing because they're not supposed to be there anyway. You know what I mean? But they are because this is a proxy war. Okay, can you read the next verse, verse 5?
God, 2 Corinthians 10:5. Casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ.
God, all praises, okay? And they're not going to be able to fight against the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's going to change the tide of what Yahweh Shemel Shai wants to do, okay? Now let's go to Exodus chapter 14, verse 24. All right, Exodus 14, verse 24. And, you know, because it's not new with these chariots. You know what I'm saying? This isn't new. Everybody's trusting in chariots, trusting in their vehicles at the time. But the Most High knocks these things right out the sky and off the ground. Let's bring that out. Exodus chapter 14 and verse 24.
God, this is the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 24. And it came to pass that in the morning watch, the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Egyptians.
Go ahead.
25. And took off the chariot wheels, that they drave them heavenly, so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Lord fighteth for them against the Egyptians.
Knocked off their wheels and had them stuck in the middle of the Red Sea. All right. Now let's get Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 33. It's time to go down, Babylon. It's time to go down. Somebody say something?
Oh, no, that's probably me to flip my pages.
Okay. It's time to go down, Babylon. It's over. All right. Tired of you. You know what I'm saying? And the Most High is angry with sinners every day. So we are on a fast track to the kingdom of heaven. Let's just stay focused. All right. Can you bring that out? Jeremiah 51, verse 33.
God, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, and verse 33. With no I say, Con. 33. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her, yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come.
It's time to destroy this place, okay? And through the power and might of Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahweh Shai, it is going down. Putin is cool as a cucumber. Joe Biden can't count to 3 on his fingers. Kamala Harris, she doesn't know her up from down. She's Indian one day, she's a Negro the next day. Trump even seen that. Trump like, what is she? I don't, you know, what do I call her? You know what I'm saying? Who's running the ship? This place is the Titanic. Now let's look see what Putin had to say. Let me see when this was. He said this a year ago. Okay, 1 year ago, Vladimir Putin said this about the F-16s.
Well, President Putin has accused the West of seeking Russia's strategic defeat in the war, and he threatened to target US-made F-16 fighter jets if they're supplied to Ukraine. Speaking at his annual economic forum, Mr. Putin said his country remained strong despite international sanctions. Our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, reports.
He can't put a foot wrong, he'd like us to think. So in St. Petersburg,
Vladimir Putin delivered two messages to his people and to the world: that Russia's economy has survived sanctions and Russia's army will be victorious.
We see that the West is doing all it can so that Russia suffers a strategic defeat on the battlefield. But soon, Ukraine will stop using its own military hardware altogether. There's nothing left. Everything with which they fight and use is brought in from abroad. You can't fight like that for long.
The Kremlin leader claimed that Russia's military is inflicting heavy casualties on Ukraine, and he warned the West against giving Kiev US-made F-16 fighter jets.
Their tanks are burning. Several tanks have been destroyed, including Leopards. And the F-16s will also burn. I have no doubt. The jets are stationed at air bases outside Ukraine and used in combat operations. We will have a look at how and where we can hit the hardware being used against us.
How times have changed. Western leaders and investors used to flock to St. Petersburg for what was Russia's flagship economic forum. They're staying away now because of the war. And they're not the only absentees.
As you can see, this is not St. Petersburg. This year, journalists from what Russia has officially labeled unfriendly countries, and that includes Britain, have been barred from the Economic Forum. First time that's ever happened. A sign of the times, as relations between Russia and the West have gone from bad to worse, to even worse than that, over Russia's war in Ukraine.
A war Vladimir Putin seems determined to continue. But behind his public confidence, the pressure's growing.
He's cornered. He doesn't have visible exit for himself. And because of that, he has to continue this war until the end. What does it mean end? What does it mean end point? What does it mean victory? Nobody knows.
After more than 2 decades in power, Vladimir Putin has grown used to winning. The possibility of defeat he will find hard to contemplate.
So right now their economy is doing well. They're destroying Ukraine. So he's not losing. That's just propaganda. And America has no way to get out. And either both ways, you see, the Most High is putting the hooks in their jaws. So you're going to keep going. You're going to keep fighting. You're going to keep destroying each other. All praise to the Most High. And World War III is immense, and eventually, if he does get pushed into a corner, he has plenty of nuclear weapons. He has more nuclear weapons than anybody on the planet, and hypersonic nuclear missiles, multi-head nuclear missiles. He has torpedo nuclear missiles. He has ICBM nuclear missiles coming from the heavens, literally down into the atmosphere. So, and they said he has satellites that have nukes on them. So put it like this. This place is going to get destroyed. All right. Let's go to Psalm chapter 119 and verse 104. I'm talking about the Muslims. As you can see, you got some Muslims stabbing Edomite children, in the UK, prepare slaughter for the children for the iniquity of their fathers, as it's written in the scriptures, Isaiah 14:21. And also, causing riots. Now, what's happening over here in Babylon? Islam's not doing too good. It's the latest in Islamic news. Happened not too far away from where HOI had their Passover. For everybody that went to the Passover, this is not too far away from there. This is up there in Germantown. Okay. Let's bring that out first, though. Let's go Psalm chapter 119, verse 104.
God, Book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 104. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore, I hate every false way.
This is the word of God. I hate every false way. It's not a million ways, like Oprah said, to get to God. You know, you can go through Buddha, you can go through Allah, you can go through this, that, and the third. I don't even know what happened to Oprah now after all her friends are locked up, you know, Harvey Weinstein and all the other perverts, Epstein and all that. But now, you know, there's only one way. Most, you know, how wish I said, I'm the way, I'm the truth, and the light. Allah didn't say that. Allah didn't say any of that. He's just, you know, he's a rock sitting there in Mecca, apparently. And just like Bell and the Dragon. We're going to bring that out in a little bit, Bell and the Dragon in the Apocrypha. But for now, let's check out what happened in Philadelphia this week at the mosque.
Yeah, Johnny, I did speak with Raheem Jefferson's wife and aunt today. They're both very distraught, confused how and why this happened, and also afraid of retaliation while the gunman is still out there. They didn't want to speak to us on camera today or even share a photo of their loved one until this shooter is in custody. It was a targeted murder caught on camera. Police confirmed this surveillance footage posted to social media is part of their investigation. In the video, you first see two men walking to prayer service at Al-Aqsa Mosque in Kensington. Then you notice the suspect run up from behind. The man on the right with gray bottoms runs off, while the man in white falls on the ground. Police confirm the gunman stood over him, firing a total of 19 shots. We paused the video before the shooting starts, out of respect for the victim.
I hear that shot from inside. One of the employees came to me and told me to tell the management to call the cops.
Police say the man shot is 43-year-old Raheem Jefferson. Neighbors around the mosque are still very shaken.
And when I first moved here, it was kind of a wasteland, and people got killed regularly. You know, I was hoping that had changed.
Police are calling.
See how proud Esau is? Like, well, you know, when I got here, it started getting better. You know, we call that gentrification. But Slack, I thought this was in Germantown, but it's not too far away, regardless. But yeah, look at proud Edomite. You know, after I gentrified this place, you know, things got better. Well, somebody getting shot down 19 times doesn't sound too good to me. Let's continue.
This a targeted execution style killing. The man Jefferson was with was not hit. Police say the gunman drove off in a dark-colored sedan.
They need to start locking these people up. That's what they need to start doing.
Jefferson's.
Well, what we need to do is start following these law, statutes, commandments. Look at Deuteronomy 28 and verse 64. All right, let's start there. Let's start following what God says, and it's a possibility things will get better because He said, you know, the wages of sin is death. So if you're on your way to pray to quote unquote God and getting shot down, that's you know, as far as you know, Islam goes, that's not martyrdom. You were going after a false way. Okay, Islam is actually a curse. Let's continue.
His family and officials are still trying to figure out a motive.
Philly's changed. I mean, you're not really safe anywhere anymore.
He's new to this. You know what I mean? He must have came in from outside. I don't know when it changed to get worse. It's always been like this long as I can remember. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 64.
Look at Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64, when all have a say, huh? 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, and there shall serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
This is literally a curse. Islam is literally a curse. Being a Muslim, be it so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American, and being a Muslim is a curse. You got to get away from that. It's very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Getting shot down 19 times. That's Swiss cheese. You know what I mean? And it obviously was targeted and on his way to pray. Okay, so Muslims getting destroyed in these last days. Got to repent. Okay, let's go to Bell and the Dragon in the Apocrypha, chapter 1. I mean, it's only one chapter. Verse 7. see. Yeah, this is clearly last days type time. All right. Repentance is very necessary. You know, the Most High isn't playing no games. Like you said, what you read in Ezra to open up, you know, this judgment. I'm judging this place. You know, people aren't making it until the nuclear weapons. That guy's not making it until to the race wars and stuff. These judgments are happening at a phenomenal rate. So what do we have to do? Repent and come back to the law, statutes, commandments. You got that, King Bell, chapter 1, verse 7?
Con.
Con.
Con. Out of the Apocrypha, Bel and the Dragon, the verse beginning of verse 7. Then when all have it, say con.
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 Verse 7. Then Daniel smiled and said, O king, be not deceived, for this is but clay within and brass without, and did never eat or drink anything.
Daniel smiled like, man, you kidding me? You know what I mean? Talk to a brother very well versed in the Quran, but you know, couldn't tell me a prophecy. You know what I mean? But it's like, I'm like, so what is the cobblestone anyway? It's like, oh, that's where God is. That's like modern day Bell and the Dragon. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Really? So does God go out there and clean that thing? You know what I'm saying? When the smoke and the dust from the desert falls on it, you know what I mean? Like it's an idol. And it says, do not worship idols. Okay. So it's like just like Daniel's, like you gotta laugh at it like that doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Ty.
Salaki Adawan. You remember that Muslim brother you dealt with about 2 weeks ago that you just was talking about, and I dealt with him last week. And I was telling him at the camp, like, you know, same thing, like you're going after Copperstone and all this and that. And I told him stop mocking the men of the Lord out here. And just so happened that shooting is 2.5 miles from the campsite. Every time I have, it's right down the road from us.
God. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, right. It's and they all go there. So the next, yeah, I mean not some, you know, everybody. You know what I mean? Different mosque or sit out in Philadelphia. But you know, you gotta walk over that blood stain in the parking lot every time you go to pray. You know what I'm saying? Where was Allah then? You know what I mean? Khan, the water for that, King. If anybody's not aware, Philadelphia is a huge Muslim population of Israelites, literal, you know, Gentile Israelites that believe they're Muslim. And you know what I mean? From Freeway to you know, other rappers and stuff like that, they, you know, the Most High is taking their children away. And they're still like, oh, Allah, they're doubling down, like, oh, the Allah's testing me. No, you know what I mean? You gotta get out of that. All right. Let's go down to verse 25, Bell and the Dragon.
Come, verse 25. Then said Daniel unto the king, I will worship the Lord my God, for he is the living God.
He's the living God. He's not a rock. You know what I'm saying? He is the living God. All right, let's go to Isaiah chapter 21 and verse 2. Okay. Our God is the living God. So Islam ain't doing too good right now. You know what I mean? Taking a lot of losses and still doubling down on you know, some obvious things that don't add up. You know, Muhammad's a prophet. Where's his prophecies? Still haven't gotten that answer. Okay. But let's bring that out. Isaiah chapter 21 and verse 2.
Come, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 21, verse 2. And all I have to say, come. Verse 2. A grievous vision is declared unto me. The treacherous dealer dealeth treacherously, and the spoiler spoileth. Go up, O Elam, besiege, O Media, all the siding thereof have I made to cease.
Khan. So right now, Elam being the Median, part of the Median Persian Empire. Modern day Persia is Iran, and Iran is very upset. Iran is pissed off. We're going to watch the video, but why? Why are they upset? Because the Mossad, these Edomites are freaking like killers, man. Yeah, we all understand this, but this, come to find out, I'm like, how did they get this guy in Tehran? So the leader of Hamas that was running the negotiations with the hostages, which obviously Israel doesn't care about, you know what I mean? He's running the negotiations. They killed him in a safe house, a guest house or whatever. They call it a safe house in Tehran. They had these bombs planted in the safe house for 2 months. And the coordinated effort of these psychopaths of seeing Congress and, seeing the president, how many people can go speak in front of Congress, right? Netanyahu does. He goes and speaks in front of Congress. As that's going on, right around that time, the leader of Hezbollah gets blown up in his building, and then the negotiator and Hamas gets blown up in Tehran. This guy's going all around the Middle East. But when they go to Tehran, he's like, yeah, we're going to blow you up there, just to let you know that we can get you anywhere. And he was talking to the Ayatollah, maybe like days, Ayatollah Khamenei, like a couple of days before this happened. So, and it happened right down the street from where the Ayatollah Khamenei stays at. So Israel's like, yo, what's up? Go to war. Nobody cares. What's up? Right? So now I think they woken a sleeping giant, and we're going to see how modern day Persia responds. Let's go down to verse 5.
Verse 3.
Verse 5.
Isaiah 20, chapter 21, verse 5. Prepare the table, watch in the watchtower, eat, drink, arise, ye prince, and anoint the shield.
Get ready for war. Go ahead.
Verse 6. For thus hath the Lord said unto me, go, steady watch me, let him declare what he seeth.
Read on.
7. And he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, a chariot of asses, and a chariot of camels. And he hearkened diligently with much heed.
So you see a chariot with donkeys and camels. That's usually associated at the time with the Persians. All right, go ahead.
Verse 8. And he cried, a lion, my lord. I stand continually upon the watchtower in the daytime, and I am set in my ward whole nights.
Watching day and night. Go ahead.
9. And behold, here cometh the chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground.
Babylon is fallen. Does that sound familiar in Revelations? Babylon is fallen. It's also in Isaiah. Go ahead.
Verse 10. O my threshings in the corn of my floor, that which I have heard of the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, have I declared unto you.
Okay, so it's gonna be a slaughter. Okay, so let's just find out what happened. Let's back up a little bit. All right, but hold Isaiah 21 and 10. We'll be back to that.
I always wonder whether we, as a collective planet, merrily go our own way and ignore what could be unraveling out there.
Oh, Salakia. My bad. I know I'm a little late on this, but Fair Use Act. This video is protected by the Fair Use Act. This is a teaching moment. This is a lesson teaching Fair Use Act.
maybe we're just eternal optimists. Look, Hezbollah, Iran, Israel, the United States, we've all said that we don't want a wider war. But let's remember that we're facing a major war in Europe for the first time since the Second World War. And that has had significant implications for the global economy. And yet, we're dealing with the fact that the Houthis have disrupted trade in the Red Sea and caused insurance rates to grow up quite significantly. But the global economy is absorbing all of those mini shocks. I wonder whether the big shock is out there on the horizon.
After high-ranking members of the terror groups Hamas and Hezbollah are killed in Lebanon and Iran. Today, the leader of Hezbollah is warning the conflict with Israel has entered a, quote, new phase.
Well, Hamas and Iran have both vowed revenge on Israel, which has so far refused to confirm that it carried out the attack. All this has heightened anxiety about a wider regional conflict in the Middle East and ceasefire talks to stop the war in Gaza.
President Biden announcing more U.S. forces will deploy to the Middle East, preparing for the possibility of an Iranian strike against Israel that officials fear could include an attack on American forces in the region.
In the Middle East, Hamas has called for a day of furious rage to mark the funeral in the Qatari capital, Doha, of its political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Iran on Wednesday.
I think we could very possibly see that Iran will want to do something different. It will want to signal very clearly that this is a response of a different order because of the nature of what happened at 2 a.m. on Wednesday morning in Tehran, in the heart of the Iranian capital, when Israel, as is widely believed, was able to assassinate not just an Iranian ally, but the political head of Hamas, who only hours before had been meeting the Iranian supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who...
Salaki, I said a couple of days before, said hours before. All right, let's continue.
Of course, the day after then, was saying funeral prayers over his casket in Tehran. So I think the Iranians will want to do something that looks and feels different. I think there is every possibility that they will try to engage their regional allies. We've already had Hezbollah promising revenge. We've had Hamas promising revenge. The Houthis on a week-to-week basis are anyway carrying out attacks on international shipping going through the Red Sea.
In an exclusive interview with Fox Business, former President Donald Trump weighed in on the Middle East.
Very strong for Israel. Israel loves me. But you know, a lot of the Arab states like me too, because you know what they want to see? They want to see peace.
Meantime, President Biden has vowed to use his remaining months in office to end the Israel-Hamas war and bring the hostages home.
There's an impending conflict, something that could be quite worse, that's out there on the near horizon, because there are no more red lines in the Middle East, and both sides, all the sides, are using munitions of increasingly sophisticated violence, and it runs the risk of a miscalculation. Israel took out 3 key leaders, 2 leaders of Hamas and 1 from Hezbollah, and they're seeking to restore deterrence, but it risks creating a cycle of escalation. Russia, of course, is exporting their oil, but it reduced prices to India and to China. But I would just say, Neil, the world is right now, I would argue, facing more critical threats, we are in the United States, to our national security than ever before. And it might not be reflected in the markets today, but it could be in the coming days and weeks.
You know, the irony, and you and I have discussed this before, is the markets by and large have ignored all these scary developments dating back to the October 7th attacks themselves. And I'm always amazed by that, because just, not that I would say it would be another Arab-Israeli 1973 war, but it could have been, and it still could be, to your point. And yet it's not reflected in that. I always wonder whether we, as a collective planet, merrily go our own way and ignore what could be unraveling out there.
Okay, so let's return back to Isaiah chapter 21, and you read verse 9.
This book of Isaiah, chapter 21, Verse 9. And behold, here cometh a chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground.
Go ahead.
10. O my threshings, and the corn of my floor, that which I have heard of the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, have I declared unto you.
So you read that in the GNT, right? It's, Isaiah 21:10. My people Israel, you have been threshed like wheat, but now I have announced to you the good news that I've heard from the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel. Okay, because we've been getting destroyed, but there's good news. Said Judah will be at the next of their enemy, but we don't have missiles and bombs and all that other stuff. Iran does, though. You know what I'm saying? So as you look at verse 9, it talks about Babylon is fallen, right? Babylon is fallen, and the idols they have worshiped lie scattered on the ground, through what the GNT says. Now, if you read verse 11.
Isaiah 21, verse 11. The burden of Duma, he calleth to me out of Seir. Watchmen, what of the night? Watchmen, what of the night?
So in the GNT, it says, this is a message about Edom, right? Like it says, Seir, this is a message about Edom. Someone calls to me from Edom, sentry. How long will the night be over? Tell me how soon it will end. So when you look at these scriptures, it talks about Babylon is fallen. Then it talks about Edom, but Babylon, ancient Babylon, wasn't no Edomites, right? You see what I'm saying? You got to look into the deeper aspect of this. So talking about the Persians and the Medes, Elam, right? The Elamites, but the land, right? Elam, we understand the East Indians, right? But this is their land in the Persian Medes. They ruled the world at one point in time. Now, through Muhammad, Inquisition of the Muslims, so forth and so on, that region has changed. Just like in Russia, when you read about Gog, Magog, that's Esau, took over the land. This land that we're living in right now, if you live in America, it was the land that 10 tribes lived here. They're still here, but the people are in power and pretty much taken over through rape, robbery, and murder are the Edomites. So this is the landmass. So now the Persian Medes, the Mede-Persian Empire, obviously has a bone to pick with Babylon. And they even said that. Let me see if I can find that quick quote. Because, okay, the commander of the Iranian army stated, this happened yesterday, if America intervenes this time, talking about they're going to bomb Israel, if America intervenes this time, we will attack all its bases and military interests in the region. So they got a bone to pick with America because they understand America's the one that gives them this logistics, that gives them these bombs, gives them, where somebody's going to be at any given time. Not saying the Mossad, they're psychopaths as well, but America has their satellites, it has satellites all over the region. Okay, so let's go to Joel chapter 3, verse 10. This is getting good. You got popcorn, break it out. You know what I'm saying? This is a beautiful time to be alive as an Israelite. We're going to get into some scriptures to that as well. All right, your salvation draweth nigh. All right, let's bring that out. Joel chapter 3 and verse 10.
This is the book of Joel, chapter 3 and verse 10. When all have it, say, come.
Come.
Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong.
Okay, so hold that. We're going to get the next couple verses. Let's see what the weak is doing. Is anybody scared of the United States right now? You know what I'm saying? People like, yo, man, it's just the man that made the earth tremble. Nobody cares about the United States. You got nukes, everybody got nukes. My homie got nukes, right? Russia says, look, we're gonna have a war. It's gonna be an all-out war, And my man, this is my man right here. Iran, that's my man's. And China's same thing. China's quiet. Anytime China's quiet, you gotta think about it. I mean, they're always quiet, but what's that dragon doing? You know what I mean? Let's watch this video regarding the weak saying they're strong.
General
and the so-called quote unquote strong admitting that they're a viable force.
Keane joins me now. General, is America's military prepared to take on the global challenge?
Well, first of all, let me just commend you for what that synopsis you just provided, because I think it's incredibly accurate. I've been on a congressional commission looking at the United States defense strategy for over 18 months. And our fundamental conclusion is that we're in a period of time where the threats that you just mentioned, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, are the most serious and the most dangerous we've faced since World War II. And the reason is they're collaborating, cooperating together. They become considerably more aggressive. And you just gave examples of that aggression. And why is that? Why are they more aggressive? Because they believe there's a lack of will in the United States to confront them because we're focused inward. And secondly, they know full well there's been erosion of U.S. military capability. And we're not as dominant a force as we used to be because we spent 20 years in the 9/11 wars, and we have not resourced the military properly since we started to wind down. So those are major issues out there facing this president and the future president in dealing with these threats. And it's obvious they are more aggressive. And the administration, the problem I have with it and our commission has, they won't come full clean with the American people how serious and dangerous these threats are. And I think the likely reason they're not doing that is because the American people say, well, what are you going to do about it? And that would change a lot of their political objectives in terms of how they're resourcing and spending money in terms of social programs, entitlements, and other things out there. So, yes, I'm delighted you brought that up. This is the most serious issue, I believe, facing the United States is our own security.
And next one, General. Iran's Khomeini has reportedly ordered a direct attack on Israel because of the assassinations. What is our role? What's America's role if that happens? Do they need a lot of help from us?
Well, the last time the United States organized a coalition, our commander in the region, General Eric Kurilla, who commands Central Command, organized that coalition with other countries and ourselves, largely to deal with the drones that were coming during that attack, but also with some missiles themselves. And we did play an important role in supporting Israel. I would assume that we would play that role again if the Iranians are going to conduct an attack in kind. Now, I think the Iranians will likely make some adjustments. Those drones took so many hours to get to Israel, because of the sheer distances involved, that we were well prepared for them and virtually shot down every single one of them, except those that failed. So some adjustment will be made by the Iranians. And they have choices here. They can bring their proxies into this as well to support them. They can do it exclusively themselves. They can look for a target in the region or outside the region to kill diplomats and Israeli diplomats that are maybe in another country. The problem with that is that's a terrorist operation, and it usually takes months to plan something like that with very precise intelligence. I would suspect they'll use conventional weapons here and conventional means to do something in terms of retaliation against Israel. But I do believe, Stuart, that Israel and U.S.-led coalition will be prepared to deal with it.
General, last one real fast. The Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and Marine veteran Paul Whelan are part of a prisoner exchange with the Russians. What do you think the Russians are?
Okay, that's enough on that. But anybody afraid of the United States? Okay, let's bring that out. Let's go to Joel chapter 3, and verse 11. Matter of fact, read verse 10 again, but for sure.
This book of Joel, chapter 3, verse 10. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong.
God, let's get your weaponry together, you know. Get strong, you know. America's been the dominant country around the world because they're the only country to drop a nuclear weapon, and America did it twice. Okay, no other country did it on a civilian population, right? On anybody, really. You know what I'm saying? They even tested it on their soldiers, you know, but on the radiation effects, so forth and so on. But now everybody has nukes. Everybody has a missile program. Iran, the average American thinks Iran is just a weak country. Why? Because of the propaganda, stuff we see on TV. You know, they're always sitting around, just sitting in dirt, you know what I mean, eating rice or whatever they have over there, you know, curry, I don't know. But the reality is they don't need Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Halliburton, what's the other place? Can't think of the other place, but wherever Lloyd Austin came from, Raytheon. They don't need that because they make their own missiles. They make their own bombs. They got their own weaponry. Do you know what I'm saying? And they have top-notch scientists working on these things. Israel been trying to take them out, you know, and have been successfully, but at the same time, they constantly keep moving forward their programs. You know what I'm saying? Their guided missiles programs are unmatched in that area. You know what I mean? So that's why America's always been, you know, keeping a distance with Iran because they will send out drones that they don't need or some high sophisticated drones that can take out different places, different locations, so forth and so on. And they have a missile program where their guided missiles, you know, can defeat missile defense systems. Okay. Go ahead, read next verse.
Verse 11. Assemble yourselves and come, all ye heathen, and gather yourselves together round about. Hither cause thy mighty ones to come down, O Lord.
Most High said, come on in. The water's fine. Bring your friends. Come on, Russia, you want to come in here? Because America got 12 warships on their way, along with like troops, you know. So haven't been paying attention. World War III is popping off. And let's not forget that bill was signed like, hey, you know what? Let's reintroduce the draft. I mean, we've done it before, and it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Your sons and daughters, you're fine. Especially the daughters. They're like, you know, yes, feminism. We are equal. All right, get yourself a gun. It's time to wake up 4 o'clock in the morning and start to run. You know, so feminism's gonna get, you know, it's gonna be like a rubber band effect, getting smacked in the face. Kind of like that boxer that didn't pass the gender well, I don't know what that is, the gender test over there in the Olympics and beat that Italian woman. She said, man, I ain't never been punched that hard. Now they're saying, no, it's a woman, this, that, and the third. If it's a woman, how does it not pass a gender test? Normally you're supposed to pass tests like that, but feminism is a CIA ploy to break up the family. Worked, you know what I'm saying? But now it's coming back to haunt women because that draft is coming and World War III is definitely on its way. All right. Can you read next verse 12?
Verse 12. Let the heathen be awakened, Salaki. Let the heathen be wakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. For there will I sit to judge all the heathen round about.
God, that judgment's going to be fierce. Okay, let's get Zephaniah 3 verse 8. Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Let's talk about it. It's going to be a fierce judgment. Okay, we don't want to you know, we don't want no parts of that. You heathens got to deal with it. You know what I mean? should have left us alone. You know, still to this day, still giving us hell. All right. So the Most High is going to be the one to destroy, okay, to judge. Can you bring that out? Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 8.
This book is Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 8. When all have to say, come.
Come. Come.
Come. Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them my indignation, even all my fierce anger. For all the Lord, Slaki, for all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy.
The Most High's determination is to gather all nations. So, you know, whether a hook or by a crook, you gonna show up in this land. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Israel needs help. Israel always talks. I mean, they proud. You know, the pride of Esau. Netanyahu gets in there like, whether America helps us or not, we're going to go forward on this because he knows America's going to help him, because America needs Israel to steal the oil out of Syria and Kuwait and all these other places. You know what I'm saying? They need it. Right now, Saudi Arabia ain't messing with America like that. You know, OPEC nations, they're not messing with America like that. They're going towards Russia. They're going towards the BRICS. So right now we're having issues with our economy. Do you know what I mean? With the stock market drop 600 points in like a day. Everybody's like, I didn't hear about that. Yeah, because they don't want you to hear about that. You know, how many more banks are going to collapse due to what's going on with the oil? You know what I mean? So now they're saying, hey, Venezuela didn't win their election. How the hell do you know? Anthony Blinken, you know, I don't know. They didn't win. How do you know? Did you have the results? You know, because everybody else was saying, yeah, Maduro won. But you got to understand, they have a large amount of oil in Venezuela. So America wants Venezuela. So the CIA, you read the book, The Economic Hitmen, what they do if they can't slither their way and steal the resources, they go in through nefarious means. It's all nefarious, but even further in to steal the oil that Venezuela has. So they made up this lie saying Maduro didn't win. And they just show you the pictures of, oh, they're rioting, people are rioting in the streets. They show you stuff from like 2017, you know, of uprisings down in Venezuela, you know, but the reality is it's the same thing America always does. They're trying to steal. So they're gonna lie, they're gonna cheat, they're gonna do whatever they can to get in there, put their puppet government in there, and they can pump oil coming out of Venezuela, coming to the United States. Because right now the Middle East is shutting down. All right. So the Most High is determined to bring them in, bring on men. You know what I mean? If Israel wants to go to war and start bombing everybody, America has to come to their rescue. And that's what's happening. All praises to the Most High. Let's keep going. Now, let's get something a little bit more spiritual. It's not saying this ain't spiritual, but let's get a little bit more deeper. All right, let's get Job chapter 7 and verse 17. There's some amazing things going on in the planet. All right, we're being watched at a phenomenal rate. Okay, so we're going to show you some videos, you know what I mean, of these things that are happening currently. All right, sorry, it's fly. All right, let's go to, let's get that. Job chapter 7 and verse 17.
It's the book of Job, chapter 7, verse 17. When all have to say, come.
Come.
Verse 17. What is man, that thou shouldest magnify him, and that thou shouldest set thine heart upon him?
Job's like, you know what I mean? Who am I? Why you watching me? What I do? You know what I mean? I'm just a man, right? Go ahead.
Verse 18. And that thou shouldest visit him every morning and try him every moment.
Now that's something deep, right? that thou shouldest visit him every morning. Did you know that Most High visited you this morning? You know what I'm saying? You know that he sent his angels to visit you, right? And does you know that he tries you every moment? That is a high level of um you know can't think of the word. Um I can't when I think of the word, I'll bring it back. Okay. He's definitely paying attention. Okay. Supervision, high level of supervision. We'll go with that. Okay. So this next video is how does he do that? Right? Now through different avenues of people that have interacted with angels through and gave them messages, which a lot of them don't even really understand what it means. You know what I mean? You got to actually really read the scriptures and pay attention. So the message is really for us. But of course, if it didn't come through, we're gonna get to this too. If it didn't come through Esau, you know what I'm saying? Like you got some Negroes saying like, this is what the angel said to me. They're like, shut up, nigga. You know, nobody's listening to you. Where do you work at? Where's your job? Look at your sneakers. Look like you don't even work. You know what I'm saying? But Esau has multiple degrees and everything. They're like, wow, that's interesting. Man, we got to write a book about this. We got to put this out there. So the Most High uses whoever he wants to get his message across. So let's see. One thing they will say that these are probes watching what's going on before they send in the troops. Okay. And let's look at these probes.
What we're going to look at next are not insects, they're not birds. These things have no explanation. These were caught on indoor security cameras. The first video sent in by Lindsay Caruso from July 26th at 3:21 in the morning. Her security camera was activated by motion in this room right here. Let me give you a quick backstory on what's going on here. This is a Wisey camera that's positioned in the living room of her house. And you can see over here, she has two cats. You can see one very visible cat right there. There's another cat right behind that one, and they're sharing a pillow on that chair. She said she has two cats, and they were not up moving around at the time this video occurred at 3:21 in the morning. So I'm going to let the video play. You guys are going to see something move across the room from right to left across the floor here. It looks like some sort of not necessarily a ball, but it looks like some form of energy, but it had enough horsepower to activate the camera. Here we go. Check this out. Super weird. Look at that. That's not a cat. That's not an insect. That's not a bird. We're talking about the interior room here of a very nice home. I zoom in on the cat. You can tell the cat woke up and kind of looked around like it maybe sensed something. I want to zoom in. Only thing I do is modify the lighting and color a little bit. What in the world was that thing? There's a close-up view in a different format. That was all I did was change the format. I was looking for possible features, but as you can see, there are none. How weird is that? Something almost hovering at times across the living room floor, and then once it got over there by the cats, it disappeared. But you can see it had enough horsepower to activate the camera. That green square detects movement. I actually have a Wisey camera, and that's exactly how they work. Any type of movement goes in or near that green square or rectangle. Video number 2, Seven Hills, Ohio. Allison sent this video in. This too was in the middle of the night. This appeared on an indoor security camera in a living room of a home out of Seven Hills, Ohio. Check this out. Something cruising around the room. I believe this was also in the middle of the night, and it makes no sense. It clearly wasn't a cat or a dog. It wasn't a bird. This thing looked like some sort of a oval orb just kind of cruising around the room. I mean, how do you explain something like this? You know, I mean, it's not something you see every day. It looks like it's cruising around the room under some sort of intelligent control. Wow. I mean, this one was really, really weird. And it hung around the room for, I believe, over a minute and a half or something like that, just kind of cruising around. And there was nobody in the room. There it raised up a little bit, goes over by the either a sofa, love seat, maybe that's a chair. I mean, wow, how do you explain something like that? You can't. I mean, it's just beyond explaining. You can't dismiss that as a bird. You can't dismiss that as a pet. I mean, that looks like a ball of energy hovering around the room under its own power. It's not being influenced by wind. Right there, it stops and goes backwards. If there were a ceiling fan or something like that on in this room, it would be clearly obvious. This thing would have been moving across the room very, very quickly and not doing this backing up and casting reflections on the tabletop. You can see a reflection right over here. See the reflection right there? You can see the reflection moving across. That tells you this thing has mass, whatever it may have been. Here it is in fast forward in a slightly different format. Notice the reflection on the furniture. Appears to be some sort of leather furniture. Once again, this was in the middle of the night. Everybody was asleep, nothing going on. How about that? That is just so bizarre. See the reflection again? So that tells you there was something there. And at least temporarily, it was in physical form. You can see some sort of a reflection on the table, the arm of the couch. Here it is in another format. I tried different formats to maybe pull forward something other than a glowing orb or an oval, however you want to describe it. Right there, it seemed like it stopped for a second above the arm of the chair. And then it moves around. Like I said, it appeared to be under some sort of intelligent control. Just kind of checking things out, you know? Again, something like this, it really has no explanation. Stops right there. Didn't appear to be making any sound. Have no idea where it originated from. No idea where it went. It just showed up on their indoor security camera. I mean, wow, it's not a reflection from a TV because there is no TV in the room. There's no lights on in the room. And you've got this thing just kind of casually cruising around the room, possibly what, 2, maybe 3 feet off the floor. And it seems to maintain that same position. It maybe moves up and down a little bit, but not too much. Definitely moving around side to side. And it's like checking things out in the room. Very, very interesting video footage. And again, this is real video footage sent in by a real person that didn't encounter this personally, but it showed up on their indoor security camera. Here it is in a different format, and you can really see the reflectivity off of the couch and the table once it goes back above the table over there. And all I did was adjust the lighting and color just a little bit. I was trying to pull forward any possible features on this thing, and the only thing I could pull forward was an oval ball of what looked like energy moving around this room. Truly incredible. Right there, it stopped. That wasn't me. It stopped on its own. Went down very briefly, went back up, goes over, almost out of the field of view. It's like it's kind of checking things out. That was the brightest format right there. I didn't have to do too much to it to get it brighter, but here it comes back into the field of view. And again, you don't see any type of electronics on in this room. It was in the middle of the night. Nobody was even up. But this room looks like more of a sitting room. There was nothing going on, no lights on, no TVs. Everybody was in bed, fast asleep. Unbeknownst to them, this, whatever it may have been, was cruising around the house, checking things out. How about that? So some sort of mysterious form of energy in Ohio, and then you've got this mysterious form of energy right here. And I'm calling it energy because I don't know what else to call it. Right there, it just kind of zipped across the room. That video was sent in by Lindsay Caruso. Right there, it zipped across the room at a fairly high rate of speed, and it looks like the cat right there raised his head and looked up like maybe It sensed that energy right there that went across the room very, very quickly. Super bizarre video footage. Thanks for sharing.
All right, so that's what's going on. Okay. That wouldn't be an exception to the rule. That is what's happening. And the fact that we're allowed to see that is letting you know time is short. And they want us to see that. Okay. Now that's very important to understand. Okay, so what they will call probes, you know what I mean? Seeing what's going on, seeing the layout, how many people are in the house, you know what I mean? A whole bunch of things of that nature. That's why, of course, we know how many hairs we have on our head, what we're thinking, all types of stuff. Now let's get to a video of a very close encounter in Brazil. Talked about this in the beginning of the class. Let's go to Psalm chapter 68 and verse 17. It's very hard to dismiss this. It's a very clear picture of a chariot. I believe 2 different angles. The camera is steady. The camera has a awesome zoom, and you know this is serious. This is what it is. All right, let's bring that out. Psalm chapter 68, verse 17.
The book of Psalms, chapter 68, verse 17. When all have it, say, come.
Uh,
The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord is among them, as in Sinai, in the holy place.
So just like in Mount Sinai, he's in chariots. Okay. Now, this guy's a little bit, you know, he's a bit out there, you know what I mean, kind of kooky, but and I believe it's 10 tribes, but very good picture of this chariot, very good video of this chariot. Now let's watch it.
Y'all, an insane, clear and focused UFO sighting just happened in Curitiba, which is the capital of Paraná, a state in southern Brazil. This shot, it left me a little shook. It kind of took the internet by storm. It is a diamond-shaped UFO. You can see strange movements from the craft. It is clear. It is up close. They had a good zoom on their camera, and there are multiple angles. On top of that, we also have a stabilized and zoomed footage, so we can get a better, clear shot at what the hell this is. I was freaking out when I first saw y'all. Check this out. And this is the second angle. Now here in the stabilized cut, you're actually going to see some weird movement. It almost looks like breathing of the craft or something. I couldn't really explain it when I first saw it. I was in shock. Take a look.
What I find most interesting about it is the shape. And I mean, you can actually see that weird breathing, almost weird breathing movement I was talking about earlier. But I think the shape is strange because it is diamond-esque, but the bottom has like a weird flatness to it when it's zoomed in. Like, take a look at the bottom. See how it's like flat there? There's also like these two spiky ends that look like corners that stick out of the back. And I was thinking maybe that's like some type of landing gear or something. I don't know. There's a few people that are claiming to debunk this. We'll talk about it later in the video. And I feel like that weird, I wanted to say landing gear-ish part. I don't think it's what it is, but it kind of looks like that. I feel like that discredits the debunk.
I saw that and I was like, yo, that is a beautiful, clear shot. And the shape actually reminds me of another recent sighting in Miami. Another similar shape caught in the sky. Y'all, check this out.
Yo, can somebody explain to me what the hell is that? What is that, yo? That thing is not moving. That looks like a flying saucer. The thing is just not moving at all in the sky. Come closer, you alien.
Both of which reminded me of the strangest UFO I've seen, which is like a weird acorn shaped. When I say acorn, I mean the UFO looked like an acorn shaped UFO that was seen in Mexico. This video was posted on YouTube a while ago and has since been deleted. Thank God the internet is archived all over the place, so we can still find this footage. But these two reminded me, I don't know, I felt like a similar, like maybe it's something like this, but further away. Take a look at this acorn thing. Let me know if you guys believe they could be similar objects.
Now look at this thing when he zooms in, because when he zooms in is when you really see the strange shape. Look at that. I told y'all it looks just like an acorn. And I love this video, but I'm a little mad about it. I remember it was posted to YouTube like 2017, 2018, and there were multiple angles, and now this is the only thing that's been salvaged. And unfortunately, this video has no audio. And I would have loved to have heard the people reacting to it in real time as they're recording it. Look at that thing. And even the way that the top part of it has like that thicker line that's separating the body, it really looks like an acorn. I'm so mad at how much it looks like a freaking acorn. One of the strangest UFO sightings I think I've ever seen.
See what I mean? Like the acorn does have a similar like diamond-esque shape to its craft. So it was further away. Maybe it does some weird compressing thing, and that's what we were seeing further away. I don't know. I can't really tell, but it did remind me of that, and I wanted to make sure that I brought it up and you guys saw it as well.
All right, let's get Ezekiel 1 and 21. So one thing you could see that it was pretty much breathing. Do you know what I mean? So that's hot off the presses, pretty much, if you will. That's a lot of people have been talking about that for good reason. It's very clear. They had it wasn't the shaky, oh my goodness, what's that? Like the person scene might have been on a tripod and excellent zoom, and you could see it contracting, all that. Let's bring that out. Ezekiel chapter 1 and 21.
Sorry, Ezekiel 1, what was the verse?
1 and 21.
The background gonna be a bit low as you now. I'm not at home, I'm away right now.
I got it from the other one.
I appreciate the water.
The water, teacher. The water, Yatai.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 1 and verse 21. Would everybody have it? Please say Khan.
Con.
Con. When those went, these went. And when those stood, these stood. And when those were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels.
So, you know, that chariot looks like it was alive. You know what I mean? It's amazing things. So there's probes, some people call orbs, balls of energy floating through people's house at 3 o'clock in the morning while people are asleep, checking out, see what's going on, who's there, what they're thinking, what's happening. And then you can see amazing close pictures of the chariots. So these are spiritual things that are happening on the earth currently. You know, all praise to Yahweh Shemau Shai. He allows us to see these things. So we realize what is going on to an extent, obviously. Okay. Now, what's happening with Esau? Is Esau getting vexed? Of course. How we gonna have a class and not see the vexation of the Edomites like on the ground right now? Let's get Isaiah chapter 49 and verse 15. You know, rough. It's hard out. What do they say? It's hard out here for a pimp. It's hard out here for an Edomite. The sun's destroying you. It was CMEs, these solar flares coming off the sun. They're sitting there looking up at the sky, looking at the amazing northern lights, not realizing that his radiation is cooking them from the inside. Hey, man, it is what it is. What you gonna do? You know, just sit back and take it. That's what you're gonna do. Come on, let's bring that out. Isaiah chapter 49 and verse 15.
Con, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 49 and verse 15. When everybody have it, please say con.
Con.
Con. Con, verse 15. Can a woman forget her sucking child, that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb? Yea, they may forget, yet will I not forget thee.
So Most High ain't gonna forget us. But she saw done forgot that she got children. Let's watch this Mother of the Year. It's disgusting, despicable. The malarkey. Okay, so let's see what happened one day in I believe it's in Pennsylvania somewhere. But she forgot she had a child. You know what I mean? And she will be charged, of course. Let's watch the video.
To something you hate to hear about on hot days like today, a baby left in a car. That's what one Bucks County mother is now accused of, and she's facing charges.
The Action News reporter Taronda Thomas now live in Quakertown. Taronda, the story comes with a message, of course, for all parents and caregivers.
Yes, and it's something we hear time and time again. Never leave a baby in a hot car. Now, in this case, the mom was parked right along here as she went into this business, later telling police she forgot the baby was in the car. It was very, very warm that day. July 5th, the day Cindy Landis remembers looking out the front window of her store, All Things Bridal, and seeing something concerning. There were several police officers and a car out front. What was unfolding was an emergency involving an infant left in a hot car. Horrified is what I am. Quakertown police say 33-year-old Janelle Loveless parked her car near the corner of 3rd and Broad in Quakertown at around 2:20 p.m.
It was about 92 degrees that day. Of course, that's the hottest time of the afternoon.
Police say about 25 minutes after the mom parked, a passerby saw the 2-month-old baby crying in the backseat of a car where the temperature rose quickly.
The inside of the car was 117 degrees. The rear 2 windows were down 3/4 of an inch.
The passerby opened the unlocked door, removed the baby, and brought them into a nearby business while calling police. The mom had been inside a bookstore. A manager there says she was calmly shopping, but that calm changed when she came outside to see police at her car.
She was upset that this happened. She was very concerned.
Loveless, who has 2 other children, told police she forgot the baby was in the car.
It was terrible.
I don't know how, I never understood how that kind of stuff happens.
So far this year, 18 children have died in hot cars nationwide. There have been 987 deaths since 1998. More than half of those deaths were children under 2 years old.
It could be deadly very quickly.
The baby was checked out at a local hospital, determined to be okay, and returned to Loveless, who is now charged with endangering the welfare of a child, a felony. It's a cautionary tale for all parents, especially on a hot day.
Never let children alone in the car at any time, especially in the heat.
Now, the mom is now out on bail. We reached out to her lawyer, but we have not heard back. On hot days like today, Quakertown police actually patrol the area.
Okay,
For kids.
I mean, let's be honest, okay? If that was Eve, her ass would have got arrested immediately. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no, I'll give you the baby back. Oh, the baby looks fine. You can go. What are you talking about? And she left the window rolled down like a 1/4 inch. She did it on purpose. Like, oh, the baby will be okay. What? She did, and then if it was Eve would have test her blood, you already know she had Valium, Percocets, Xanax. I took a handful of shrooms, little marijuana to keep me down, little cocaine to tote me up. Then I had a little bit of heroin to keep me kind of even. She's Stone Cold Steve Austin. You can't tell me she wasn't high as a kite walking around a bookstore like, hey man, what I got children or something? And they kind of let her go back. They had a kid. She has 2 children. Take them children away. She is unfit to be a parent. We need everybody to bring the hammer of the law down on this Edomite's head. And it was in July 5th. What isn't it like? What date is it now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a month later? I should have been in jail. But of course, she got the white privilege to go back home, chill with her family for a little bit, break it up, talk with the lawyer, and then turn herself in. Eve would have got maced, thrown on the ground, and put in the paddy wagon. And the child would have been in the custody of the state. Let's get Ezekiel chapter 25 and verse 14. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Kind of all nonsense. Nonsense and propaganda with these Edomites. But sometimes they get a swifter judgment. Kind of hands-on. You know what I'm saying? Let's bring that out. Ezekiel chapter 25 and verse 14.
When everybody have it, please say Con.
Con.
Con. Con, verse 14. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel, and they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury, and they shall know my vengeance, saith the Lord.
So I'm not sure if this was Eve, but the name kind of, you know what I mean? Like if I'm a guessing man, look like Eve, and then do this. Oh my goodness, we got to watch it first before I even talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Esau ain't doing too good. But let's watch this joint.
Big story tonight at 5 in Montgomery County. The victims of a violent home invasion are sharing their story with Fox 5.
It happened last night at their home in Bethesda. The victims, a woman and her mother. Fox 5's Bob Barnard in that neighborhood tonight with their story. Bob?
Hey there, Marina and Jim. This happened last night around 8 o'clock here in East Bethesda. Montgomery County Police telling us the suspect is a woman, 40 years old, says she's from Alabama and was out here looking for an ex-husband or an ex-boyfriend and broke into a random house.
I thought I was in a dream, a nightmare, you know?
We met Linda and her daughter, Kristen, at their home in East Bethesda. It's the day after they were victims of a brutal attack inside their house that started when the doorbell rang.
So I opened the door and she said, does Sean Paul live here? And I said, no, I don't know him.
Shauna Paul. I think she was just been like, you know what I mean? Just give me the line. Like, is his name really Sean Paul? Let's be honest, but let's keep going.
He's Sean Paul. And I closed it and I locked it.
Seconds later, Kristen says she could see the door handle shaking.
And then I saw from here, she was trying to get in. And that's when I think I called 911, but then it occurred to me that the back door was unlocked. And that's when I ran to the back.
So too did the woman who was at their front door.
And I was dialing 911. And then I came here and I was like trying to lock it. And she just blew through the doors, and grabbed me and started just hitting me.
Linda was upstairs at the time.
I just ran down here and she was beating Kristen there. And when she saw him, she grabbed me and pulled me down. You yelled at me, call 911. She grabbed my hair and pulled me in and then grabbed my mom's hair. And I saw her just beating my mother.
Linda.
Okay, so all right, hold on. No, hold on. Wait a minute. So, she dog walked her. That's what the definition. She said grab her hair. No, that's a dog walk, and she's literally a dog. Can you not see the irony in that? So, she's dog walking Christine while pummeling her mother. That has to be Eve. Who can beat up two people at the same damn time in their own home? That's where they live. That's where you're supposed to be safe. And she even says that, like, we're in our own home. So, and the fact that you leave your back door open, that must be nice. You know what I'm saying? You are very comfortable in your neighborhood. We ain't doing that over here. You know what I'm saying? Our doors stay locked. You know what I mean? But let's continue.
And eventually, Kristen were able to get outside and yelled at a neighbor to also call 911. Montgomery County Police dispatchers got the emergency calls just after 8 p.m.
Hit an open line with a female screaming in the background, someone saying, get away from me. Then another call from a female saying that a female was beating another.
It was so bizarre and frightening. And God, thank God my son was in here. And thank God she didn't grab like a knife.
Look at your face. Man, that's a right hook right there. Those are all rights. Mock 'em. Look at the neck, everything. Red neck is red, eye all black and blue. Man, she had to be leaking. Look at that thing on her lip. She leaking. You know what I'm talking about? Man, that's bad. That's bad. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? This is the anger of the Most High. Now, I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's the anger of the Most High. I will whoop your behind in your own house. You and your mother. You know what I'm saying? For real. Don't forget. There's a book out there that, you know, they were her property. Was it 40% of slaves, of the Israelite slave captives, were owned by Edomite women? So if you get destroyed in your house, it's gonna be hard to sleep. She gotta go to sleep the next night. What you gonna do? Gonna add a layer of protection, get a firearm. You know what I'm saying? Should have had that ratchet out, but I don't think it would have mattered. She said she blew through the door. Oh my gosh. Let's continue.
I thought she was gonna kill me.
Kristen suffered a ruptured eardrum and has bruises on the side of her face.
Can you hear me now? Good. What's up with Edomites Trump getting shot in the ear? She's getting her bruised eardrum. Most High is trying to wake these people up. Why are you not listening? Oh, I forgot. You have a bruised eardrum. Let's continue.
I've never been hit before. I've never been in a fight at all. Like, I've never been punched.
Linda has bruises and rug burns from being dragged through the house and across their front lawn. Neighbors helped the woman till the police came.
Slocky, I'm sorry. I know I keep pausing it, but I didn't remember that part. She got dragged through her house and the front lawn. She literally dog walked her, not even all around the house, but even on the lawn. She took the dogs out on the lawn. Bam.
We're in the wrong place at the wrong time. In our house?
Oh, he saw the bid. Hold on. I think, what's her name?
The suspect is Latoya Owens, 40 years old, no fixed address.
Latoya. That sound like Eve to me.
Yeah, that's Eve Adawan.
That's Eve. Eve got busy. And how come she just picked that random house? Because the Most High, you know what I mean, will guide you in that direction. You know what I'm saying? Dog walked them. All right. Now, let's talk to Eve. You know what I'm saying? With Eve? Eve got exposed this week. Eve got exposed. Okay. Why? Why did Eve get exposed? Let's say Tobit chapter 4 and verse 12. All right. Civil unrest is spreading across cities in England. All praises to the Most High. We've got HOI England on the call. You know what I'm saying? If anybody knows what's going on over there, is it Esau just wilding out and taking Muslims by storm? You know, the Most High keep y'all safe. But apparently England's going through it. Stabbing little Edomite kids, they ain't like that. But let's get matter of fact, hold Tobit, and let's get Isaiah 30 and verse 9. All right, because we gotta come down, we gotta get to the understanding of this. We gotta figure some things out. Matter of fact, let me stop sharing my screen. I just want to see something real quick. I gotta get an article. But you could bring that out though. Isaiah 30 and verse 9.
Khan, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 9. Everybody have it? Please say Khan.
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 Khan, verse 9. That this is a rebellious people, lying children that will not hear the law of the Lord.
Khan. Okay, so it's a liar. This woman is a liar, but we're gonna play her game now. This is the truth already came out, so we're gonna backtrack to how we made it here. You know what I mean? Let's get to the prequel, if you will. All right. Oh, my bad. Wrong one. Slack it. Okay. Let's get down. Let's see what she has to say. Now, this lady has been exposed. Let's go backtrack. Let's backtrack. Why do statistics say Black men so quick to leave after the baby, 4th trimester? Now, she divester. She's swirl gang. She says the white man is the king. Her YouTube, TikTok, all that is going towards white men are better than Black men. Okay. And we're going to watch first couple minutes of a couple videos of what she has to say.
Hey kings and queens, welcome back to my channel. It is Queen of Kings back with another video. If you are new here, go ahead and click that subscribe button to become a part of our cyber family. And if you're already a part of our cyber family, go ahead and make sure you like this video if you like the video. So y'all know me, I'll just be going about my merry old life, and then I'll see something and it will strike a conversation topic for me that I feel important to share with the rest of you guys so that we can grow together in this life, in this world, you know? I was scrolling down TikTok and seeing a very interesting video from a young woman, and in the video she said that she hates going to Black baby showers because she feels like within a couple weeks after the baby is born, they're not going to be together anymore.
Unfortunately, oftentimes this is very, very true. Within a year after the baby is born, this once happy couple is no longer together anymore, which is very unfortunate, especially in a time like this where men don't understand women really, really need you. We don't need you to leave us in that moment. So I wanted to talk about it and talk about why this happens so much, especially in the Black community. I do not think that the answer to this is because Black men are bad or terrible or leave their kids or any of those reasons that are often put on Black men. But I do feel like it's a lack of compassion, a lack of understanding, and most importantly, a
lack of positive family-oriented male leaders, role models growing up. You read that. See that? Oh, look at that. Paused at 144. Can't make that up. But she's taking shots. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Of knowledge regarding postpartum and women's health. Does this happen with white men? Yes, it does, but it does statistically happen on a much smaller caliber.
Okay. Whoa. You just brought that out, Eve. Let's totally dismantle that lie. All right. We ain't with the, you know what I'm saying, you know. We're gonna bring out the statistics because guess what? We got them. 1 second.
Where's the car? Look at the car.
Mute
Go
your
get the
phone.
pink car.
Mute your phone. Okay, hold on. Slack, yeah. Study, Black dads are more involved in children's lives than other groups. Okay. Let me get to the meat and potatoes. It is a question the CDC research last decade still a narrative suggesting Black fathers are less than involved in their children's lives persists enough for Rep. Wilson to call a policy meeting in the U.S. Capitol last week. It's very disingenuous the way they are perceived and stereotyped across this nation. It's time to amplify the message. Okay, the Congressional Commission, the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, plan to produce research that attacks disparities and misconceptions. They hope the organization in Miami and other communities use their platform, bring attention to harm stereotypes bring. Let's see. Thought this would have the lesson out there. I don't see it though. But as you can see, it came out last year. Definitely involved way more than other dads. All right, so stop the lies. But this woman, this is kind of what she does. You know what I'm saying? She's very much involved in how, Esau.
Yeah, Johnny, I did speak with Raheem Jefferson's wife and aunt.
She is a fan of Esau. You want to see some things, okay? So she says Black men leave their collective children, right? Much more than white people because they don't know any better. They don't have any role models. So keep that in mind. We're pretty much going to after this is a few more videos, but we're going to talk about this because this woman made, her platform's huge, 1 million followers, you know what I'm saying, about Not just bigging up the white man. Okay, get that. You know what I mean? Not supposed to do that anyway. But while destroying the black man, we leave our children. We're not in our children's lives. But come to find out, she knew something about her white zaddy that she didn't want nobody to know. But it came out through a bottle of wine and live streams. Okay? Con. Destroying an Israelite man. He ain't ish, your daddy ain't ish, all that stuff. Well, guess what? We're gonna talk about it. And this is another part, right? Here's her husband, right? About to purchase a Range Rover for his wife. Let's get to the first couple minutes of that. We ain't watching this whole thing.
I'm surprised Rose going to go to the actual new car dealership for Range Rovers. We're going to get her a brand new Range Rover, and it's exciting because we need this for her family. Rose needs this for her, and I'm actually excited to get this for her. So this will be a very good. It's a little early for push gift, I think, but very deserved, very good, and it'll make everybody here happy. All right, we made it to the land of Rovers.
They're bourgeois over here. We should have went here yesterday.
We'll even come back to your head.
Right.
Are you vlogging?
Yeah, we're used
That's
to it.
You gotta take advantage of the amenities. Look at that shit. Look at that. Let's get a call. What's that?
You want to put your bag down?
Yes.
Okay, as you see, look at that. The white husband is buying his wife a Range Rover. My gosh. I think everybody should get a white husband for that. Please understand my my sarcasm. Please. Matter of fact, I don't even want to say that on the Sabbath. I ain't trying to get struck by lightning. But that's the one, right? We'll get to that. He's buying her a Range Rover.
If somebody
He's raising his mixed and black sons, blended family.
say you're ugly because you're white and black, say no, because I'm happy because I am white and black, and that makes me so beautiful, okay?
Roz is so cute. Roz is really offended because Brett and I were doing a short video. I'll add the clip here. And we told Roz and Raiden that they're not going to be in this one, but we're going to do a family one in a minute. We told them why they weren't in this one. We explained to them that somebody was saying mean things, saying that people shouldn't mix races and make a mixed race human. And Roz got really offended. I wish I caught it on camera. He's like, what?
Let's bring that out. Tobit, chapter 4, verse 12.
Con, this is the book of Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 12. When everybody have it, please say Con.
Con.
Con, verse 12. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy father, and take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets. No, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, my son,
Go ahead.
Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
Okay, so what we've watched so far, right? He brought the Range Rover. Okay. Black men leave their children, right? Now, we're going to find out something that she already knew already. Okay, so we're going to let this play out. And let's get Isaiah 13 and 12 on deck. Let's go.
Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid the deposit on our house. Let's not pretend that I'm not the one that paid for the Range Rover. Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid for this whole life that we live. Let's not pretend that. Let's not pretend.
Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better. So this situation with this Rena chick who did her best to present to the whole world that the man who she was married to was a knight in shining armor, who was rescuing her from her cheating, broke, black ex-male boyfriend, gets much, much worse. As if the recent viral update about their separation isn't enough of a bitter cup of coffee for her to drink, it turns out this chick has been lying this whole time to everybody about her husband paying all the bills. Yeah, drink that shot of coffee. And this is a surprise to everybody because when you look at the luxurious lifestyle she tried to portray online, you would think that the man she's married to is some rich guy who is paying her whole lifestyle. But no, it turns out he's living his best soft guy era, while she's the one paying for mostly everything, drizzle, drizzle. And what's even crazier about this situation is no one had to go digging for this information. No, this chick pretty much had a whole meltdown where she's shitting on her now possibly ex-husband on a live and told the whole world due to her simply just losing her shit.
Did you hear about how this perfect couple influencer revealed that she's the one paying the bills in the relationship?
Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid the deposit on our house. Let's not pretend that I'm not the one that paid for the Range Rover. Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid for this whole life that we live.
Damn.
Let's not pretend that. Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend. Oh, okay. Let's not pretend. Let's just be very, very real. You told me to put it on live, so I put it on live. So, and then you want to start talking about a glass of wine, and then you want to start saying, oh, are you not going to talk? After I was just sitting here silent before we even got on live. I've been not talking. I've been not talking. I've been not talking. So what are you talking about? Oh, okay.
Well, this is Raina, and she's a super influencer with millions of followers across multiple platforms. She talks about her relationship and how proud she is that her husband came in and saved her after having 2 kids and then becoming a single mom. The interesting part is that she's taking care of this man and their entire family, and I don't see anything wrong with that. What's wrong is the fact that she's lying about it, trying to make him out to be some kind of savior when he's clearly not.
Listen, man, it turns out this story is the pot of coffee that just keeps pouring more and more and more. So one of the things that keeps being mentioned about this whole situation is apparently she didn't even find this man in a good financial situation. The story goes that he was actually living in a basement, which is why people are making memes like this video with the caption, "White King straight out of the basement. I've been looking in the wrong places for my provider, Queen."
Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid the deposit on our house. Let's not pretend that I'm not the one that paid for the Range Rover. Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid for this whole life that we live. Let's not pretend that. Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend.
Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better.
Pretend. Let's just be very,
Drink the
very
coffee,
real.
it'll make
You told
you
me
feel
to put
better.
it on live.
So, I mean, you can watch the rest of it. I got a couple more videos. The elder's gonna come on. So she was lying. She paid for the Range Rover. She paid for that lifestyle. It wasn't White Zaddy. And then if you watch the video when she's really snapping, she's drunk, but she's talking sober thoughts. She says, it's my sugar daddy that's paying for this. He gave me the check for $50,000. He gave me a check for $40,000. So she's got a sugar daddy that's giving her money that she's getting online in front of the world and saying, White Zaddy's the one that's doing this. Okay, Eve exposed. All right, let's go to Isaiah chapter 13 and verse 12.
Con, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 13 and verse 12. And everybody have it, please say Con.
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 Con, verse 12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man that the golden wedge of Ophir.
So black men been getting what's a good word? Getting dumped on for years, entire life. You know what I'm saying? things are going to change. Okay. Finding out, that we're following the law, statutes, commandments, we're a close relationship with the Most High God. This stuff is going to end. Okay. Most High is exposing this, and whatever's done in the dark is going to come to light. Now, this, right? I talked about this, 2 more videos. This is a couple minutes, and another video is a breathing exercise, right? And then the elder's going to come on. This, I'm not watching this whole thing, right? But part of it, while saying the spiritual aspects to angels taking people, bringing them in chariots, giving them messages, right? Like, man, angels never deal with Esau. Esau is the one that wrote a book. Esau is the one that people will listen to. So the message is getting out. And I just listened to this book on audio. I listened to this on audiobook, and it was something that stood out. And I want you to listen to it, see if you can figure it out, right? I'm sure you will. But I think I'm at the timestamp. Let me see.
Living room looking out the picture window at the ridge behind our property. A large, white orb appeared in the 125 sky and then descended to the ridge. He told me that he instantly remembered the dream when he was awakened by the bang, and that he then got out of bed and walked into the living room. Just as in the dream, he said very good and loving and true higher forces may be out there, asking for 2 things, that they guide me to know and follow the power of goodness, and that they communicate with me in an overt manner, without any subtlety or ambiguity.
Hold on, let me bring that part.
For information that would be clear, my first reaction was irritation at the thoughtlessness of training flights at such an intrusive hour. I'll phone the base in the morning and complain, I thought as I lay there with Casey soundly asleep beside me. But seconds, and then minutes, elapsed, and the noise of the C-130 didn't waver, increase, or diminish. It can't be hovering, I thought, but that's exactly how it sounded, as if a C-130 was motionless low over the house. In a normal state of consciousness, which I really thought I would have awakened Casey to hear it too, but I didn't. Instead, 6 or 7 minutes after first hearing it, I just fell asleep. It didn't occur to me to resist. For over a year I had kept the attitude that I wouldn't acknowledge alien contact back in my life, in our lives, without strong, overt experiences. I had also been praying, in my fashion, to whatever good and loving and true higher forces may be out there, asking for 2 things, that they guide me to know and follow the power of goodness, and that they communicate with me in an overt manner, without any subtlety or ambiguity.
So she's saying, asking through prayer to, make it clear what's going on, make it clear. Now, to give us background, her and her husband keep getting quote unquote abducted, right? And they come back with bruises and scratches and, like, you know what I mean? Like, this ain't good. What's going on? So she's trying to figure out. That's why it's called taken. So the next couple of minutes, let's hear the message that she got.
I prayed for help, for information that would be clear enough for a child to understand, as I realized my level of understanding and perception were about that rudimentary in dealing with the aliens. I wanted a communication that couldn't be dismissed, variously interpreted, or ambiguous as to its nature. On May 10, 1993, I may have gotten a partial answer to that prayer, although great caution is called for in assessing any contacts before accepting them at face value. This particular contact conformed exactly to other abductees' descriptions of the VRS dream and was the first of its kind I had experienced to such a degree. I was in the middle of a normal dream when suddenly I was somehow removed from that dream and found myself sitting in a chair, in a darkened area, accompanied by entities I wasn't allowed to see. They spoke to me, clearly and frequently, throughout the event. I was facing a small stage area, which I now feel was more holographic than solidly 3-dimensional, even though at the time it looked quite realistic. My hosts told me I was to watch a scenario played out on the stage. 126, it began with a scene from Genesis, in which Esau returned home feeling so hungry he feared he would die. His younger brother Jacob was sitting there eating a bowl of pottage, and Esau begged him to share it. Jacob said he would give Esau the food, but only in exchange for Esau's birthright as the oldest son of Isaac. I heard Esau say, "It won't do me any good to have the birthright if I die of starvation, so I'll agree to trade it for the food." Then the scenario on stage changed to another part of the brother's story. In this second scene, Isaac was very old and blind and knew that he was close to death. He called for Esau to be brought to him to receive the laying on of hands that would confer the inheritance. Jacob wrapped an animal skin around his arm and presented it for his father's touch. Isaac felt the fur and believed it was the arm of his very hairy eldest son. So in his ignorance of his deception, he conferred the blessing and gave Jacob that which rightfully belonged to Esau. The play ended, and then it started right up again, playing out several more times as my hosts discussed its meaning with me. At various points they would stop the action, much as we pause a videotape, and would point out some specific detail and tell me what it meant, what it symbolized, and what the message was trying to convey. They told me not to focus on the biblical aspect of the play, that their message had nothing to do with any actual Jacob and Esau, but that the story was designed to illustrate important information about what the aliens are doing to humans, both in the past and in the present. The hosts went through the play with me several times, pointing out details and saying things like, "Okay? Let's try it again. Now watch closely." And the play would proceed. After several repetitions, I suddenly woke up in my bed, amazed by what I'd just seen. I got out of bed for a while, trying to discern the nature of the event, whether dreamlike or externally generated, and I also pondered on the meaning of the scenario. When I lay back down, as soon as I touched the pillow, I was suddenly back in the chair, facing the stage, and my host said we would now resume. Once again the play began running, as did the explication offered by my abductors. And when they apparently were satisfied, the action ceased and the abductors gave me a clearly delineated summary of the things I was meant to perceive. Esau, the older and hairier brother, they explained, represents the original human species on this planet. Jacob represents the altered product of alien genetic manipulations of that older species. The aliens produced this new variant and then used it to replace the original form. In our current situation, the aliens are once again doing genetic alterations of our species and are once again trying to produce a variant which will be more useful for their purposes and which will supplant us. And again it will be attempted through deception, as Jacob deceived Isaac. This deception, I was told, is being carried out by the aliens through exploitation and manipulation of global events, including weather phenomenon, to make us believe that the planet is in imminent danger of cataclysm and destruction. This is why they impress the idea of coming destruction upon so many abductees, telling them they will have tasks to perform at that time. They want us, as a race, to be so 127, afraid of this upcoming destruction that when they show themselves openly and offer to save us in some way, we will be willing to take their help, even if it means giving up our birthright, so to speak, which is preeminence on this planet. Like Esau in his hunger, we will say, what good does it do us to keep our birthright if we're all going to be destroyed along with the planet? What have we got to lose if we accept alien help, even though the means accepting alien control? Better to survive under subjugation than not at all. But my hosts stressed that this is all a deception, that our planet, without their intervention, is not in imminent danger. These terrible disasters we see, the flooding, hurricanes, and earthquakes, are sometimes being intensified by the very aliens who will then come in and offer to save us from inevitable destruction. We should not believe them, I was told emphatically. And we must not surrender our sovereignty to them, as the...
Well, okay, so it's like, yeah. Esau was he obviously was a mistake, you know what I'm saying? And he's the end of the world, and Jacob was the beginning that follows. So they're really scaring these Edomites, you know what I'm saying, and beating them up, physically beating them up, and then bringing them back, or just beating them up in their room. I got evidence of that as well. One lady's leg is getting twisted, the back of her head. So just having fun with them, you know what I mean? But it's interesting that she played this scenario out, and this lady has no idea what that meant with Jacob and Esau. You know what I mean? And when she goes back and you know, you hear later on in the book, she's like, I still have no idea what's going on. So the message literally wasn't for her. Okay. It's for us. You know what I'm saying? This is all real, it's all legit, and it's all happening. And they are, you know, weather modifications, manipulation, more hurricanes, earthquakes, so forth and so on. Those are the angels of the Most High. You know what I mean? Yeah, how about Shemel Shai? Now, one other video, okay, and then the elder's going to come on. This video is a guided breathing. Guided breathing that I just released. Okay. Took me a while to do it, but hopefully you enjoy it. And if you're pregnant, I don't recommend it because it's going to be, you're going to be breathing in, you know what I mean? Breathing in a lot, you know, you're pregnant, you don't want to do that. And you're going to be after it's 3 rounds. After the first round, or you know, each round, you breathe all the way out and you hold it. But the thing is, since you've been breathing so much, your body's going to be oxidized. You know, all your cells going to have oxygen in them. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is your body's like, yo, we're not breathing. What's going on? So your pituitary, pineal gland, hypothalamus gets activated, releases adrenaline, which I gotta say, for medical reasons, right? It alkalines your body. You know what I mean? Allegedly alkalines your body, and that helps with um, you know, you want to be more alkaline than acidic. Acidic is when you start dealing with things like sickness, cancer, so things and so on. The more alkaline you are, the more you the more healthy you will be, you know, allegedly. You know, this is not medical advice. Okay. So if you have bad health conditions, cardiovascular problems, then you don't have to participate in this. Okay. But I think it's a good idea. You know what I mean? It's breathing exercise for Hebrew Israelites. And let me get started because the elder's going to come on soon. Okay. So if you want to watch this later on, it will be on HOI News on YouTube. Okay. So get comfortable and enjoy. Fully in. Shalakia, also when you breathe in, let your lungs expand outward and not up. So you're not doing this, you know, your neck going all crazy, your shoulders going all wild. Your chest should be expanding outward. Okay. Letting go. Fully in. Letting go. Not fully out, just letting go. But fully in. Letting go. Fully in. Letting go. Fill your body with oxygen, releasing CO2. Fully in. Now letting go. This is how you alkaline your body through breathing.
Keep going, keep going. Don't hesitate. Give it. Deeply in. Letting go. Doing great, Israel. Deeply in. Letting go. 10 more. Deeply in. Letting go. Keep going. Doing great, Israel. Five times more. Deeply in. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Two times more. Fully in. Now letting go. And stop. Just stop. And notice, without air in the lungs, you can still maintain. Why? Because your body is now oxidized. Your cells are full of oxygen. You can feel tingly sensation in your fingers and your toes of your body full of oxygen. Carbon dioxide went out, O2 went up, filled all your cells. pH level goes up, and at the end we get the brainstem, along with the pituitary gland, pineal gland, the hypothalamus gland, and the pineal gland excretes adrenaline. And we don't normally get that adrenaline due to our shallow breathing, but we can reach different levels. Everybody can do this. And if you feel the need to breathe in, feel free. And when you do, hold your breath with the oxygen in for 10 minutes. You're doing good, Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels good, right? And this is taking things to a next level, alkalining your body through your breathing. Breathe in and hold for 15 seconds. And that's one round. Fully in and keep it. Letting go. Prepare for round two. Fully in. Now letting go. Don't hesitate. Give it. Letting go. Fully in. Letting go. It's how you alkaline your body through breathing. Deeply in. Letting go.
Not fully out, just letting go, but fully in. Now letting go. Going great, Israel. Deeply in. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Don't hesitate. Give it. Fill your body with oxygen. Keep going. Don't hesitate. Give it. Not fully out, just letting go, but fully in. Now letting go. Going great, Israel. Keep going. Keep going. And stop. Just stop. And witness without air in the lungs. When you feel the urge to breathe, you can. We're just oxidizing all the cells in the body. Doing great, Israel. Now breathe in and hold it. 10 seconds. Breathing out. Last round. Fully in. Now letting go. Fully in. Don't hesitate. Give it. Not fully out, just letting go. But fully in. Now letting go. Keep going. Fill your body with oxygen. Fully in. Now letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Don't hesitate. Give it. Fully in. Letting go. Fill your body with oxygen. Not fully out, just letting go. But fully in. Fully in. Now letting go. Keep going. Deeply in. Letting go. Yeah, feels good, right? Fully in. Now letting go. This is how you alkaline your body through breathing. Deeply in. Letting go. Fully in. Now letting go. And stop. And witness. Without air in the lungs. If you have to breathe, just breathe in. No need to force it. Breathe in and hold 10 seconds. And all praises Israel. Now relax. Read some scriptures. Wonderful day. All right. My glasses on. So a couple things, you know what I mean? Close your eyes when you're doing those breathing exercises. If you can't do 2 minutes, you know what I mean? That's kind of advanced. You know, for beginners, you know, if you're doing the lymphatic breathing system, breathing exercises on HOI News website, or not website, YouTube page, should be building you up. HOI Philadelphia YouTube page. It's also a box breathing that the Navy SEALs use. We did that before on the class. Building yourself up for something like this. So when I say stop, like breathing, you can take one last deep breath and breathe out slow. It'll ease into that 2 minutes until you could do it as soon as, you know, say stop. You don't want to do it till you pass out or faint or nothing like that. You know what I mean? It's just an outline. So if you have to breathe in during that time, do it. You know what I mean? Or just build yourself up. So this is what we call next level. You know what I mean? Seeing all the prophecies and the signs. You know what I mean? These are some arsenal to put in your spiritual bag. You know what I mean? To fight. And you know, getting closer to Yahweh Shem Shai. Afterwards, you read some scriptures, you know, pray, you know what I mean? You can do it before, you can do it after, you know what I mean? It's just, it really puts you in a mind state of calm and peace and, you know, ready for this battle that's ahead. All right. So hopefully you learned something through this class. I'm gonna pass it on to the elder. That is my lesson for the day. Elder Zabaki here.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom, great elder.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
All right, great lesson. Great lesson. Great lesson. All right.
All praise the Most High.
Shalom.
Great lesson, man. Kasaja, y'all better been taking shalom. Y'all better been taking y'all notes. Y'all better been having y'all Bibles and apocryphas in front of y'all, y'all notepad, and y'all better been taking notes. Y'all should have been writing down those videos. You can watch them again later. You can watch this video again later. And go back over the notes, the scriptures, a lot of good information being brought out about World War III. The signs are here. Okay?
Gone, elder.
The signs are here, and take this information, y'all. I'm telling y'all, don't take these classes for granted, because you know Esau could shut this thing down any day. Y'all see what happened with Microsoft, and the computers and everything was glitching. So take advantage. You know, have your notes down, have your couple of notepads, and take these classes and these notes down. Don't take this stuff for granted. Don't just be sitting in your house in a t-shirt and I'm just listening to the lesson. It's whatever. All right, I got camp videos playing in the background. No. Right? It's does my headband look okay, y'all?
Gone, elder. I like the camouflage too. I had mine on yesterday.
Everything good?
Gone.
Okay. Is my eyes okay?
God.
No, somebody said something is on my forehead and in between my eyes.
Glasses.
Huh?
Your glasses. Slack your shalom, elder. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Shalom,
No, I don't
elder.
know. I got a text saying
Nah,
that.
you good money. You good money. I don't see nothing.
I don't know. All right, but anyway, I kind of lost my train of thought. But anyway, listen, make sure y'all on these classes and taking these notes. Right? On these classes and taking these notes and getting these lessons, social media, Zoom, all this could be shut down one day. But you'll have physical notes and stuff to go back over. Okay?
Damn.
Under my glasses, something's under my glasses.
Nah, you good, Elder.
I don't know what people are seeing.
I mean, I think Sister Armand.
Seeing a mighty elder.
All right, say something for a minute. Hold on.
So, yeah, definitely, make sure that, you pay attention to the time we're living in. You know what I mean? Measure that time diligently. Dealing with stuff with Russia and Ukraine with the F-16s, dealing with the what is it going to look like when Iran has to make a statement with this next bombing of Israel. The United States has 12 warships coming to the area. The Abraham Lincoln, one of those big carriers are on the way. So this things are happening at a rapid rate. And I digress.
Shalom. I looked in the mirror and my wife checked me. She said I'm good. I don't know what y'all seeing. Do I have Esau hanging from a noose from my glasses? That's what y'all seeing?
Yeah.
Esau hanging off a noose. So yeah. Get on these classes, get these notes, take heed, Israel. A lot of good information, put it in your notes. Don't just sit on a class and like I said, you're binge watching camp videos in the background, you barely paying attention. You're having a whole nother conversation in your house. Pay attention, all right? And if all else fails, let's say you might just be relaxing for the Sabbath and just taking the class in, go back over the video. That's why I'm glad these classes are being recorded and live stream on YouTube now. Go back over the video and get the notes. Right? Have your Bible, Apocrypha, and a notepad. And don't lie and say you're doing it and you're not. Because it's going to show. It's going to show in your lack of knowing things. And when it comes time for you to answer a question, or you men, when we tell you to do a lesson, y'all better be prepared. Ariah, Captain been on everybody's neck to put a lesson together. And it's going to come back around on you. You ain't going to make an excuse. You ain't going to be able to make an excuse. That we're going to come back around and every brother going to have to do a lesson unless you're extremely new. And even then, we might make you do a basic lesson. Okay? Yeah, because you're here to learn so you can eventually become a teacher. All right, so we're going to come back around, and then when it's your turn, look, you up to teach the class. Let's go. Khan? Especially for you men. You sisters too. We got sisters classes going on every weekend. No excuse. And you sisters, you're going to start getting built up. New sisters, you're going to have to start coming into the classes and getting built up. And no, every class ain't going to be on damn polygyny. Seem like that's all these 70-80% of the time, that's all these women want to talk about. No. Learn how to be a woman of the Most High. Learn how to love your sister. Learn how to be a mother to your children. Learn how to sew, cook, and clean for your husband. Learn how to reach out to your sister and say, hey, sis, you need me? Are you okay? Then worried about every other question is, why can a man have another wife? Get your priorities and your mind right, Israel, you brothers and you sisters. 1 Peter 3 and 15. I'm gonna just go across. There's no particular topic. I'm gonna just get a few precepts because we want to close out. We got new moon tonight. So I know some of y'all still might be prepping. You might have to travel or wherever you're going in your city or state to congregate for the new moon. So that we're not going to be on here too long. Give everybody time to get ready for the new moon. But give me 1 Peter 3 and 15. When everybody has
This is the
time.
God.
Time.
Read that.
This is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 3 and verse 15. But sanctify Yahweh thy power in your hearts.
Hold on, so we got some background. Read that, King. 1 Peter 3 and 15.
But sanctify Yahweh thy power in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man that asks of you a reason of the hope that is in you with meekness and fear.
Right. Sanctify Yahweh B'Shem Mashiach Yahushai in your hearts, meaning your mind, and be ready to give an answer to every man or woman that asks of you of the hope in this gospel with fear. That's what you should be focusing on. Now, you're not gonna know everything. You're not gonna be on a certain scholarly level. Everybody should be striving to be scholarly. Everybody should be striving to know the basics of this Bible so you can teach your fellow brothers and sisters. Somebody come up to you and say, hey, what holidays do we celebrate? You telling me I'm this Hebrew, I'm this Israelite. I can't celebrate the holidays of this world no more. What do we celebrate? And you can't break down Leviticus 23 to them. That's ridiculous. Khan? Shalom, Brother Peter, HOI UK in the building. Go back and watch Brother Peter's class on King James. Good information. Y'all always talking about, we read the King James Bible. Learn something about King James. Go back to the Iron Sharpeneth Iron, or was he on the Thursday night class? Either one, and check out the class on King James. Good information. Right? Now, who gonna better teach you about King James than a brother from England? Good? Come here, Shalom. All right, so sanctify Yahweh and Yahweh Shai in your hearts. You know, put this word in your heart and your mind so you may be ready to answer. All right, all those that ask of you. For you brothers and you sisters, no excuses. There's plenty of classes during the week. There's sister classes. There's no excuse. All right, I always mess with y'all. I know you want to watch your favorite camp, but come here and break bread with the body that you labor with. And I'm gonna touch on something on that in a minute. But real quick, Kasaja, I sent you something in HOI Philadelphia. You think you can pull it up? I think I sent it last night. It's just one article, just one, not even an article, a post. A post that somebody shared with me on Instagram. This is, I hate to go into this on the Sabbath, but it's just, it shows you the level of degeneracy that our people have gone to. Do you think you can find it and pull it up? I sent it in HOI Philadelphia on Instagram.
Khan.
Is that it?
Khan.
Yeah, put that up on the screen. Now, Salakia sisters, I definitely want to apologize to the sisters first and foremost. But do y'all see what that says? I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to read the whole title. Chicago woman says she did you know what because she was mad. I'm going to just say perform fellatio, because I know there's sisters on here and maybe I might even have y'all children listening. This sister, if we can call her that, says she performed fellatio on 16 men because she was mad. What the hell have our people degenerated to? Somebody give me Deuteronomy 23:17. And this is important because look at this. Look at this. Y'all see what it says? Gabar said he hates Chicago. They always going viral for the wrong reasons. You know, beautiful young sister. Nice looking young sister. But she gets mad and she does do you know what to 16 different men. And like I said, this is important because all this good knowledge and information Kasaja bringing out about World War III and how we right on the cusp of major world prophecy, you know, and this is what our people are posting on social media. Somebody give me Deuteronomy 23:17. This is going to be the Ratchet Eve section. I only got a couple of scriptures on this. This is where our people are at when you got Edomites talking about race wars. You got Sonia Massey. I said it right, Sonia or Sandra? Sonia Massey, I think it is. Sonia Massey being shot in her head, execution style, over a boiling pot of water that she had, from what I could see, no intention of throwing on a police officer. But this young sister, if we can call her that, I'm mad, so I'm going to go out and do you know what. Deuteronomy 23:17.
Con, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23 and verse 17. Everybody have it? Please say con.
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 Hey, Salakia Gabar. Chicago always going viral for being off. It's funny, but it's not funny. Deuteronomy 23:17, read.
Con, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Right, nor a sodomite. And when you go into Hebrew, it also says sodomites. Because they'll challenge you and say, well, where's lesbianism condemned in the Old Testament? And you can pull Deuteronomy 23:17. When you go into Hebrew, it reads or sodomites. So there should be no sodomite or sodomites, meaning a man or a woman that deals with the same sex. Right? So there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. Obviously, this is a whorish act that this girl committed. But this is what our people this is what's celebrated. That's why the Sukihanas, the Sexy Reds, the whoever, and remember, Sukihana even admitted that she stole her soul. About 4 years ago, she did a video saying she stole her soul when she signed her record deal. She claimed she didn't know what she was doing, but she said basically the record label, y'all can look that up. Basically, the record label owns me. I sold my soul to them. All right, so these are whorish, degenerate, ratchet deeds that our women are doing. They just want to bring Eve down to the lowest level. This shouldn't even be allowed to be posted to social media. Look, wait. What this girl talking about? Nah, she's not allowed to post that. Right? From there, go to Jeremiah 2:21. Yeah, doing anything for attention, man. You want clicks and likes so bad. And I would hope that this sister ain't just lying just to get some attention on social media. But I don't believe she's lying. This is the low-level ratchet level place that Eve is in now. Look at that rapper from Philly that got killed. The latest rapper. Her name was actually Petty Levels. Because that's what our people do. They go to petty levels of ratchetness and whoredom and debauchery for attention. Anything for attention. Read on Jeremiah 2:21.
Well, everybody have it. Please say Khan.
God.
Khan, verse 21. Yet I have planted thee a noble vine, wildly a right seed. Holy right seed. Salaki, holy right
The
seed.
Lord said, Salakia, I planted thee a noble vine, holy a right seed. You know what the Most High is telling Israel right there? You come from royalty. Matter of fact, you come from the top royalty. You're the chosen people on the earth. Deuteronomy 7 and 6. All right, the precept to Jeremiah 2 and 21 is Deuteronomy 7 and 6. You are a right seed, a noble vine. You are the chosen people. Right? Come on.
A holy right seed. How then art thou turned into a degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
See that the Lord said, our people have become so low, they're strange to him. The Lord is like, I don't know this chick. She's not my daughter. I don't know her. This low, disgusting level that she debased herself to, I don't know this chick. She's a strange vine unto me. She's not of the royal seed anymore. That's what the Most High is basically saying through Jeremiah. Our people are become a bunch of degenerates, man. While all this prophecy, all this shift in the world is going on, and we should be focused on the commandments and loving each other and building as a nation. This is what we want to post on on Instagram, TikTok, whatever the hell. What she did to 16 men because she was mad. Right, go from there to Ezekiel 16 and 30. Go to Ezekiel 16 and 30. When everybody have it, say Khan.
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 Khan, this is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 16 and verse 30.
Salakia, y'all see the title. Y'all see the title, right? I don't want to read what it says, Salakia sisters, but it's just the level that Eve has sunk to. She's mad. I don't even want to say it. Go ahead. Ezekiel 16 and 30.
How weak is thy heart, saith Yahweh thy power, seeing thou was all these things the work of an imperious, whorish woman.
The Lord said, how weak is thy heart or thy mind, seeing that thou do these things. So in other words, the Most High is saying, how low can you be? Where's your mind at? Y'all know that saying, where's your mind? Yo, where your head was at, man? What was you thinking? Read that again from the top.
How weak is thy heart, saith Yahweh thy power, seeing thou doest all these things the work of an imperious, whorish woman.
See that? The Lord said, how weak is thy heart? How weak was your mind? How did you let yourself go to this level? And like, you know, people say that amongst each other. We say, yo, what was you thinking? Where was your head at, man? Or sometimes you do something like, yo, I don't even know where my head was at, man. I don't even know what I was thinking. That's what the Most High is saying here. One more time, Salakia.
How weak is thy heart, saith Yahweh thy power, seeing thou doest all these things, the work of an imperious, whorish woman.
The Lord said an imperious, whorish woman. That word imperious, it comes from the Paleo-Hebrew shalataf. Shalataf in the Paleo-Hebrew. I'm going to listen to it. We're going to listen to it on the Strongs.
Strong's 7986, Shaleteth.
All right, Strong 7986, Shaleteth in the modern Hebrew, but it's Shalataf in the ancient Paleo-Hebrew. Imperious. You know what imperious means? It means domineering or arrogant. So the Most High is saying, our women and people They have become arrogant in their whoredom. An imperious, whorish woman. They become arrogant in their whoredom. I was mad, so I performed fellatio on 16 different men because I was angry, and I'm going to post it to social media. Because I'm an imperious, whorish woman. I'm arrogant in my whoredom. Everybody understand?
Con.
I think Gabar Ash pulled the precept. Go to Sirach 26 and 12.
Kyle, I'm here.
Yeah, Gabar Ash pulled the precept. Sirach 26 and 12. And this is a cold one. This is cold as ice. Sirach 26 and 12.
Kyle, this is the book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 12. And everybody have it. Please say, Kyle.
Con.
Go ahead.
Kyle,
Read that.
verse 12. Kyle, verse 12. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he have found a fountain, and drink of every water near her. By every hedge will she sit down, and open her quiver against every arrow.
Damn, Gabar Ash, you did sis dirty, Ak. You did sis dirty, Ak. She will open her mouth like a thirsty traveler and open her quiver against every arrow. That's cold. And that's literal. That can be in the spirit too, meaning Eve can be open to any doctrine or philosophy, but it's literal. Her mouth is her mouth, and her quiver is her quiver. We know what the quiver represents. She will open up to anybody. In this case, 16 men. Was those Edomite men? Was those Jake men? Was it mixed races? And I hope it wasn't all at one time. Well, it don't matter if it was how many times it was or wherever it was. It's just off. An imperious, whorish woman. A thirsty, she'll open her mouth like a thirsty traveler. And Salakia, y'all, I hate to be graphic on the Sabbath, but we're going to keep it a buck. Because we got to show the low level that our people have stooped to. And we in the midst of world prophecy. Jump over to 22, verse 22.
Verse 22. And harlot shall be accounted as spittle, but a married woman is a tower against death to her husband.
Right. The Lord said a harlot shall be accounted as spittle, like spit out of a man's mouth. But a married woman, now, ain't nothing wrong. You want to do that with your husband and just him. Now, there's a debate about the history of fellatio, but, like it tell you in Hebrews, whatever, a man and a woman do in a bedroom, long as there's no madness, long as there's no R. Kelly action or sodomy or whatever, that's between that man and his wife. But 16 men? Somebody said something?
Yeah, this not deed. I just wanted to touch on something you just said real quick. When you go up and you pull up the history of fellatio, that act itself was once constituted as sodomy.
Con. Now, like I said, there's different history and different stuff on fellatio. I've read a lot of that. I even read somewhere that the Edomite women got that from the dogs. They used to actually let the dogs do that to them while their husbands were out at war because, they didn't have their man there. But not to get too graphic, but I did read that history. Like the Edomite women used to let the dogs do that to them. But either way, Israel, there's a debate about that. Whatever man and the woman do in the bedroom is between them and the Most High. Yeah, Somebody put the vomit sign. Yeah, I read that before. When I was reading about I was reading some history on Esau being in the caves, and when they men during the Greek and Roman empires, when they men would go out to war, they would even one of them Islamic books had that. Where the Edomite women would allow the dogs, and that's not too far-fetched. We know how disgusting Esau is. But my point being, like Nadeem brought out, and even some of the history, there's a debate about the history of that, whether that's lawful or not. You know, we was always taught from one Western school, if a man and a wife choose to do that, that's between them. There's really no law against it. There's no scriptorial law against it. You can go into the history and see where it came from, but it's a personal choice. That's what the elders taught us in One West. So we left that right there. That's between a man and his wife. Like I said, as long as there's no sodomy, no R. Kelly action, getting into all that nastiness, whatever the man and his wife do in the bedroom is their business. But it's just showing you doing that to 16 men. And if you just did that to your husband, Yahweh shall come back and say, hey, that was unlawful, don't do it no more in the kingdom, fine. Salakia Yahweh shall repent. I didn't really think it was wrong. You know, but not to get so much into that. It's just, this is more of the harlotry of our women, not all of our women, because the scriptures just say a married woman is a tower against death to her husband. All right, so it's a blessed thing to be a married woman and a tower against death to your husband. And whatever y'all do on an intimate level, as long as it's lawful, that's between y'all and the bedroom. But this is the filthy, disgusting, potty garbage mouth that our women have. I see y'all putting scriptures and comments in the chat. We don't have to get all of them for the sake of time. But y'all go back in the chat. Brothers got some good scriptures in the chat too. All right, go from there to 1 Timothy 5 and 6. 1 Timothy 5 and 6. And did y'all see the video with Faith Evans? With Faith Evans, she said, I did you know what to dude so much, I don't even feel nothing down there anymore. Did y'all see that?
I heard about
Yeah, it was on Drink Champ. Well, Faith is an Edomite. Faith Evans is an Edomite anyway. She's her father's Italian. Her mother's Judah, but her father's Italian. So you know them Italians. I used to work around them. They disgusting as hell, like all the Edomites. You know what I'm saying? And the Italian women, they kind of go for Jake. All the Edomite women, but you know, I've been around them guineas. All right, and they into that stuff. So she's the devil anyway, but it just the society. She says she had so much she don't even feel it down there no more. Or I'm paraphrasing, or it don't do nothing for her no more. Damn. So maybe Tupac wasn't lying. Boom, boom, no folly. 1 Timothy 5 and 6. Biggie, rest in power, my brother, but maybe Pac wasn't lying. 1 Timothy 5 and 6.
When everybody have it, please say con.
God. 1 Timothy 5 and 6. Read that, King.
Verse 6. Verse 6. But she that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth.
Right. She liveth in pleasure. She's dead while she liveth. These women got a dead, ratchet spirit, man, because all they live for is pleasure. How much sex they can have, how much they can go down on a man, how much, they can talk about they behind hole. Disgusting. So this is what society and that brother they was interviewing, Tariq Nasheed, I listen to that brother sometime. He's a little critical of Israel, but he makes some good points sometime about, he goes in on Judah. He goes in on how the other tribes and nations hate Judah so much. He calls it foundational Black American. But he made a good point. He said, at least in the 90s, when you had Little Kim, Foxy Brown, the Boss, you had the ratchet MCs, but then you had like an MC Light. You had a Lauryn Hill. You had even Queen Latifah. Even though Latifah, she's a lesbian, but Latifah, at least a lot of her music was positive. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, now they just giving us all ratchet and all drill and mumble and gangster rap. He's like, you got to dig for the positive message now. Like Pete Rock and Common, they just came out with an album. It is a little bit of that 90s smooth hip hop feel, couple of positive messages in it. Yeah, the Brat is a lesbian, got artificially inseminated by an Edomite man and then married a Black woman. Pure madness. But at least, like the brother was saying, at least there was a balance. You had the Lauryn Hills and you had, a little positive message with the female rappers. Now you got all ratchet. You know what I'm saying? So I listened to that chick from Philly, Petty Levels, music off as hell. Yeah, I F that nigga. That nigga went down on me. And I F that nigga. Just ratchet, man. So they live for pleasure. So basically, they're spiritually dead. Because the Most High going to kill whores in these last days. If they don't repent, they can repent. It's going to take a lot of mouthwash. But they can repent. Yeah, and that Tan the God was the worst, man. She killed her ex. She killed her dude and was and made her career off of it. She said he was abusive and he used to beat on her and he threatened to kill her family. So she took him out first, but you shouldn't be bragging and rapping and making your career about it. Yo, that should have been an unfortunate situation. So yeah, don't live for pleasure, man. Right? Pleasure is okay, but don't live for that. Live for the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. The Shabbat, we supposed to abstain from pleasure. But she that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth. Right? These women are walking around basically spiritually dead. They're alive physically, but they're spiritually dead. All right, go from there to Ephesians 4:26. Ephesians 4:26. Just the low level. And I got many other videos, but I didn't even send them to Kasaja for the sake of time. Just we're gonna stay on Eve's bumper with this ratchetness. And we're gonna get on the men too, sisters. So we're not chauvinists up here. We're gonna get on the men too. Because basically right now, the time we living in, it's just major prophecy. It's just time for Eve and Jake to get themselves together, or you're gonna die. It's too late in the game. So we're gonna get on you. We're gonna get on our people. Right? So this is the time we living in. Signs of the times. All right. Ephesians 4:26.
When everybody have it, please say. Verse 26. Be ye angry and sin not. Let not the sun go down upon your wrath.
So because Eve was mad, pull the video back up, Kasaja. Because Eve was mad, she went out and committed this disgusting, whorish act. Just because she was mad. That's like me saying, all right, I'm upset, man. I'm gonna just go whoremonger with 16 women. I'm gonna just sleep with 16 women over the weekend, and man, I ain't dealing with none of them like a wife. Right? I'm gonna just what was the basketball player that said he slept with 20,000 women? Was that Wilt Chamberlain?
Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, and he caught AIDS, right? No. I think he was talking about magic. He was saying, well, I slept with 20,000 women and I didn't catch AIDS. He was talking about, he was talking something about magic, I believe. I believe that's what was going on. Right? Yeah, he was saying, Wilt was saying, well, I slept with 20,000 women and I never caught AIDS. Thank God I never caught AIDS. I think he was talking about magic because the NBA, and they were saying how many women they had access to. But, you know, I was mad, so I just went out and slept with 20,000 women. No, because you made whores out of the daughters of Zion. You laid with them, but you didn't take them on and continue with them as a wife. So that's fornication and whoredom. You know what I'm saying? You can't be because you mad, I'm gonna just go sin. No. Where's Eve logic at? I was mad, so I went out and just went down on 16 men. So like this is the level, this is the impurish, whorish behavior of our women, the arrogantly whorish behavior of our women in these last days. All right, read on.
Neither give place to the devil.
Neither give place to Satan. You can't say, well, I'm mad, so I'm gonna just do something wicked. Or you can't let, because you're having a bad day or you angry, you can't let Satan come in and you're gonna be like, well, the hell with it. I'm just angry this week and I ain't even keeping a Shabbat. I'm going shopping, I'm gonna treat myself. I know it's Saturday afternoon, but I'm going to the mall. Cause I'm just, man, I just need some relaxation, man. I'm going to the mall, man. I'm gonna go out and get me some drinks and chill. I know it's 3 o'clock on the Shabbat. I don't, whatever, man. Most I understand, I'm in a bad mood. No. Be angry, but sin not. Just because you upset or mad don't mean you go out and just do something off. So this is our people for you. Get one more. Hebrews 13:4.
Khan, this is the book of Hebrews, chapter 13 and verse 4. When everybody have it, please say Khan.
Khan. Go ahead.
Verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers, Yahweh will judge.
See that? It said marriage is honorable and the bed undefiled. So what man and his wife want to do in a bedroom, as long as it's not unlawful, you know, according to your history, research, or whatever, if you feel fellatio is off or unlawful and you choose to not do it with your mate, that's between you and your mate. But, you know, like I said, we basically teach that's up to the couple. We don't really see any scripture against it or for it. There's a lot of history talking about different things like the D brought out. You know, I've read some history here and there. I think, like Nadeem said, it was considered sodomy at one time. It was, I think, even during the Byzantine era, if I'm not mistaken. But that's between a man and his wife. You know, that's what HOI, that's how we teach on that. If you feel it's off, then don't do it, you know. But definitely don't do it with 16 goddamn men. Or 16 women if you're a man. I was mad, so I just went out and I pleasured 16 women. You literally need your mouth washed out with some soap. Literally. But this is what our people decrease to. It says, but whoremongers and adulterers, Yahweh will judge. So she's a female whoremonger and technically an adulterer. You're only supposed to commit, that woman's supposed to only commit any kind of sexual act, any kind of lawful sexual act with her husband. But I was mad, so I just went out and did it 16 times. Disgusting, man. Her mouth is worse than a damn New York City sewer. I'm gonna pick one of the worst. Venice. What's that over there in Europe? Venice. A Venice sewer. But this is what our people want, man. So repent, Israel. You know, this ratchetness of Eve has to stop. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai. Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? All right, real quick. We haven't some things have developed since we've been on the last Zoom class as a body. Go to 1 Corinthians 11. 1 Corinthians, the 11th chapter, and I ain't gonna stay on this too long, just maybe 2 scriptures. 1 Corinthians, and this is actually for encouragement to the body of HOI and to all of Israel. This is not a shot at brothers. This is not a slight. This is not, oh, he's talking about me. This is just in general, and this is mainly encouragement for Israel and for HOI and Israel in general. So y'all know, again, you know, we had a split in HOI, kind of a major split back in November of 2023. You know, it affected the body. Not the body that's still here doing the work, of course, because we didn't skip a beat, but you know, some brothers and sisters were caught in the middle, you know, whatever, shock value, whatever. And me and Tara tried to explain, because sometimes you can get the woe is me spirit in Israel. Why does this always happen to me? Or why does this always happen to my congregation? Every time I turn around, there's something going on with HOI. Something must be wrong. And, you know, whatever, if the thought come in your mind, it come in your mind, or whatever, that's between you and the Most High. We would just hope that we're leading y'all to the best of our ability, and we doing the work and trying to build a nation to the best of our ability. You either can be here because you're comfortable in the spirit and want a fellowship, or not. You know, we don't want nobody to go anywhere. We want to keep building, but it is what it is. We don't own grown people. We can't technically tell you to stay anywhere you don't want to be. But with that being said, y'all have to understand this stuff is going to happen in Israel. Now, recently, like I said, this is not a slight, this is not a shot at my brothers. It's just a talking point and example. Recently, there was some major brothers that left the Sakari camp. I'm talking about major brothers, heavy hitters, second in command, third in command. So my only point being, it happens to the best of them. You know, it happens to the best of them. Your favorite camp, and I'm being sarcastic now, your favorite camp, favorite congregation, whatever the case may be, the brothers you love to watch, whatever, it is all good. It happens to the best of them. This is a nation thing. So when it happens in the body, you can't feel sad and be like, you know, damn, you know, I didn't want that to happen, but just understand that it happens to the best of them. It's a nation thing. It can happen to anyone. Y'all know that saying, it can happen to anybody. And my trip to Atlanta last weekend, shout out to HOI Atlanta, Georgia, had a beautiful time. The brothers welcomed me, brothers and sisters welcomed me with open arms. Hospitality was off the chain. Shout out to HOI Atlanta. But being in Atlanta showed me how many different camps are down there. And a lot of the reason why so many camps, because it comes from splits. Right? And some of the camps even broke off from HOI and then had a split, then had another split. So it happens to the best of them. All right, yeah, is cleaning house. He's sifting. And y'all got to remember, I always say it, we live in this YouTube era. We live in this YouTube era. Everybody want their own camp. They want a t-shirt. They want a channel. They want a Cash App. Yeah, a lot of it is about money too. They want power. Or some brothers feel, hey, just to be a little fair, Well, I've been under such and such captain or elder or whoever for 5 years now. It's time for me to have my own camp. Until brothers get out there and really realize what it takes. You know, or brothers will come in purposely. Like the scriptures say, certain men crept in unawares. They'll come in purposely, learn everything, watch everything, and then through their covetous, they'll get a 5 or 6 or 7 brothers under their influence, and they'll break off and start their own camp. And they'll do everything they learned from the camp they was in. That's how they learn everything. They'll do everything from the camp they was in. They just want to be on their own now. I'm the head nigga in charge. The cult of personality. I want to be the head honcho. I want to have my new t-shirt camp design. I want to get my YouTube channel up. I want to get my views. I want to get my Cash App going. I want to sell my fringes. It's the same thing as power. They just want power. Not in every case, because I've talked to some brothers and they was like, Elder, I couldn't stay no more. It was too off in that congregation. Hey, people might say that about me and HOI. I say me because I'm the head elder. They might blame me in HOI. Elder Zabak was off and HOI was off. Fine. You had to do what you had to do, but it happens to the best of us. 1 Corinthians 11:19. Get right to the point.
Con, this is the book of 1 Corinthians.
God.
Elder.
1 Corinthians 11:19.
Verse 19. For there must be also heresies among you, that they which are approved may be made manifest among you.
So that's just a bitter pill we gotta swallow. There must be heresies amongst us. When that Greek word is sex, there's going to be different sects among us, unfortunately. That they that are approved, who the Most High is truly dealing with, can be manifest. Because unfortunately, a lot of these camps going to fall by the wayside and they're going to be weeded out. Right? The Most High is sifting the house of Israel. So you got to understand that also. So don't get the woe is me or the woe is my congregation, woe is my camp. Hey, this is always happening to my camp. It happens to the best of them. And a lot of times you don't hear about it. It happens and you don't even hear about it. Some people are more vocal than others because of their bitterness. A lot of times it's just their bitterness. Instead of just moving on, they got to say something. But like I said, again, this is not a slight. This is not a shot. This is not, he talking about me, Steve. No. This is all across the board in Israel. And I got to put that disclaimer up. So you don't get that, why is this just happening to me or my camp spirit? Everybody understand?
God.
Right? And I love my brothers, man. Deacon, Hassad, Gorilla, I talk to all of them. And I said, I don't want to know what's going on. I don't care about none of that. I just call y'all brothers to encourage y'all and keep doing the work. Y'all made a heavy impact on the nation when y'all was together. Continue to do the work. If it can be worked out, continue to. And I even told the brothers, because I think at one time they was going to try to counsel to see if it can be worked out. I said, try everything to work it out and stay together. But if not, just keep doing the work. I just called y'all brothers for encouragement. I was on the phone with them maybe 2-3 minutes. I didn't call for the drama, and I heard things, but I was like, whatever. Whatever happened, happened. I just want to encourage my young brothers because I know they made an impact in the nation working together. And hopefully they're going to continue to do the work apart if they can work it out and stay together. Give me Acts 14:22. So this has nothing to do with that. I love my brothers. I don't have an issue. I'm not mocking nobody and capitalizing off the situation. This is actually serious. And it's really for encouragement that this is going to, unfortunately, this is going to happen in the nation to the best of them. You know what I'm saying? The first mighty established major camp congregation in Israel, the famous One West, or infamous, the way you look, however you look at it, it happened with them as soon as I came into school, twice. It happened twice when I came into school. Two major splits. Major. And I said, you know, Salakia, y'all, but I was like, niggas gonna be niggas no matter where. I was like, that's just niggas for you. That it don't stop the truth. See, I had a strong spirit. I was like, oh, these niggas want power, they want money. But right back to them scriptures and doing the work. I chose my side and kept doing the work. But the Most High chose the side for me. The Most High guided me because I really didn't want to choose sides. I was like, damn, you know, Most High, where should I go? And then I saw the Most High showed me certain signs, and I went where I went. And I've been continue to do the work until this day. All right, so when I came in, brothers, it was two major, I mean major splits in One West. And a lot of brothers fell off behind that. I kept going, Most High would. I'm not trying to boast or brag, but the Most High gave me a strong spirit. So this is all for encouragement, so you don't get that, why is this always happening to the camp spirit? Acts 14:22.
Everybody have it? Please say Khan.
Khan.
Acts 14:22. Read.
Khan. Verse 22. Confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith, and that we must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of Yahweh.
See that Satan ain't gonna make this easy, man. You know, that we gonna fight, we gonna bicker, we gonna have to have counsel after counsel, situation after situation. Satan ain't gonna make this easy. So just understand that, Israel. That's all I'm saying. I'm just encouraging you, brothers and sisters. This is not an attack on nobody, a mockery. I was shocked when I heard. I was like, damn, man, my brother's splitting apart, but I don't know everything that happened. And I guess what had to be with them brothers. You know, so just be mindful of that. That's all. That's just encouragement for us to continue on, you know. Me or Elder Terrell, the senior men leadership, we go the hell off and you feel like you got to make a move, you got to make a move. Like I said, we love y'all. We don't want that. And we would hope that the Most High have repentance on us if that was to ever happen, and that we acknowledge our faults and say, Lord, give me the power and strength not to push anybody else away in the future. But Israel gonna be Israel. And you gotta really examine what be behind a lot of these intentions of these different splits, or the men in these splits. Luke 4, Gabar pulled the scripture, Luke 14:27.
Khan, this is the book of St. Luke, chapter 14 and verse 27. When everybody have it, please say Khan.
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 Read that.
Khan, verse 27. And whosoever do not bear his cross and come after me cannot be my disciple.
So you got to bear your cross in this truth. You know what I'm saying? You gotta prepare for the rough times. You gotta prepare. Some people gonna depart. Some people gonna split. Some people is gonna be departures. Like, you know, with the brothers from Sakari, I don't think it was so much of a major split. It was just about, I think about maybe 7 or 8 brothers just departed. And then 2 different new camps started from that, just from them 7, 8 brothers. So I don't think it was a split like that with a major portion of the body, but either way, you got to be ready for anything in this truth. And you got to stay the course in righteousness no matter what. I've been alone in this thing. Everybody left me and departed. And I had to examine myself. I didn't blame it on the brothers. I was like, damn, but what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong, Most High? And I got to correct that stuff. And I was able to build back up because I stayed in the spirit and I stayed strong. I corrected the things that might have been wrong. Some things was slander and lies, but I said, I'm going to still make sure I abstained from that appearance of evil in the future. And I was able to build back up with you, beautiful brothers and sisters. And I didn't do it alone. It was y'all works too. You know, I started back with a handful of brothers, and it just went from there. So it was all of y'all too. I don't take credit for no other man's or woman's works. Everybody did do their part in the body. But you know, we gotta all bear our cross and get ready for this thing. Is we gonna be tried. And at the first sign of trouble, you can't run. You can't, oh, Israel ain't what I thought it was. Oh my God. It's just like the church or the world. I'm going back. No, because Satan is like, come on, I got you. So you can't bail at the first sign of trouble. I know you're hurt. I know you're disappointed because it's the truth. It should be better behavior and it should be better. We understand. But you can't bail at the first sign of trouble. I mean, it is what it is. Salakia, but you know, you just get away from the off niggas and niggerettes and keep doing the work. And you try to get around brothers and sisters that's trying in sincerity and truth. None of us going to be perfect. You probably always going to see something that you don't agree with or you think is off or something you shouldn't see in the truth. But hey, we all coming out of the world and trying to be better. So if a brother, sister is not, if they just way off and you got to separate, that's understandable. But hey, encourage each other. That's why we need each other a lot of times too, because you might, like Paul said in Galatians, if a man be overtaken in a fault, your ak, I see you need to work on that, brother. Hey, sister, akwaf, you need to work on that, sister. You know how many times I've seen that a year or two later, that brother, sister is moving in the spirit. Now, what if you'd have just gave up on them or trashed them? Or said, oh my God, I didn't think I would see this being in the truth. Oh my God, I'm going back to the church. These people are off. And the pastor say, come on back, Sister Joan. We knew you would leave that Israelite cult. Come on back to white Jesus, sister. When you gonna go back to white Jesus and pork? But at least they get along in the church. Yeah, they get along under the false doctrine. And the church be off as hell too. But you gonna go back to the street corner and get killed? We've seen that happen to a lot of brothers too. And that's not a fear tactic. We've seen brothers, oh, Israel is off. That nigga, nothing but wickedness in here. Man, my niggas on the block is more real. Go back on the block and got their heads blown off. Yes, because you disrespected Yahushua. Remember, you don't have to be around off brothers and sisters, but you can still serve the Most High Yahushua and be the best you can be, even if you got to be an individual life for a while, until the Most High show you where to congregate or go to next. That's all we're saying. It happens to the best of them. Read on, verse 28.
Verse 28. For which of you intending to build a tower sitteth not down first and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it?
See, a lot of y'all newer brothers and sisters, and maybe I didn't understand this, that's why it's important for class. When you come into this truth, you have to sit down and consider everything. You got to consider, wait a minute, I've arrived. I got the truth, righteousness. All my brothers and sisters, we together, we love each other. But Satan going to come in there and he's going to probably try to show me some negative things. He's probably going to try to show me some stuff that I may not think I was going to see. And that's going to test my faith. So you got to sit down and see if you have sufficient to finish, meaning, wait a minute, am I going to be able to take the good and the bad in this walk? Am I going to be able to deal with when a sister go off, when a sister's gossiping or catty or mean or, you know, what they always talk about, the cliques and, oh man, those are the 7 cool sisters over there. And I'm the 8th sister that they just leave out. They don't talk to me because I'm not one of the cool sisters. What happens when the brothers, you know, that brother don't know a damn thing. He don't know no scriptures, the hell with him. You ain't down with the Precepticons. You don't know as much as another brother, and brothers look down on you, which I better never see none of this behavior in HOI. I can't deal with what I don't know, but if it's happening, it will be checked. If me or Terrell know about it, it will be checked. We don't give a damn who you are. No respect to persons. Better not never see that behavior here. So are you going to be able to go through those? Wait a minute, damn, now how do I deal with this? Let me get some scriptures on that. How do I deal with this when I see this in the truth? How do I deal with that when I see that in the truth? So we got to be mindful of that. Okay? 1 Corinthians 4:15. All right, we're going to give it a close out. It's after 4. Got to get ready for new moon tonight. New moon, 5th month. Yeah, you're not one of the cool brothers. I've seen that in Israel. Believe you me, it does exist. It does exist. It exists in Israel. But you should never, everybody, whether they a day in this truth or they one of the top elders, been in this thing for 30 years, show everybody the same. Once you see sincerity, you got to show everybody the same respect. You got to show every brother and sister the same respect. There's no respect to person. I've seen brothers click up before. And listen, man, I've seen Israel be so petty. I've seen brothers look down on other brothers because they don't dress a certain way. Because the brother don't come with the flyest garment all the time, or back put your phones on mute before I hear you talking about me. No, I'm just kidding. Hear you talk about the elder in the background. No folly. Put your phones on mute. But I've seen brothers do that. Back in the days, like a lot of brothers back in the days, brothers didn't wear fringes every day. So sometimes if it was just class or something, brothers would come like, brothers still want to be dipped up like Jake in the world. I'm Israel, but I'm still a fly nigga. Ain't nothing wrong with dressing nice. It's all good. But back then, a lot of brothers didn't wear fringes. They wore regular clothes on, it wasn't a camp or a feast day, or brothers would come from work, or brothers would just get dressed up to come to class. They wouldn't have no fringes on. So brothers would be dipped up like Jake in the world. Just like Jake, we got swag. Ain't nothing wrong with dressing nice. I don't want to, But let's say if a brother came dressed regular, brother's clean and neat, but he don't dress in a certain fly clothes like these 5'7" brothers do. And they mock the brother and laugh at him and make him feel like an outcast. I've seen that in Israel. So goddamn petty. So petty. So we can't do that, man. We got to show the same love across the board. Khan?
God.
All praises.
All right, go to 1 Corinthians 4:15. That'll be the last one.
When everybody have it, please say con.
God.
Verse 15. For though ye have 10,000 instructors in Yahushua, yet have ye not many fathers for the Amashiach Yahushua.
Shalakia. It's for though you have 10,000 instructors in Yahushua, everybody want to start their camp. 10,000 instructors in Yahushua. Just look on YouTube. It's a new camp popping up every day. Some of these brothers, I can't even recognize that they're a camp because they dress so worldly. Brothers is out there now with fitted caps on and polo shirts. They got tassels hanging, but it's almost like you trying to mix the worldly. And I know brothers gonna say, "Oh, Paul became all things to all men." I want to have the look, elder, because you're gonna win Jake over like that. Which you just want to still look like Jake. But again, right? Oh, Gabar said, I like to dress. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with looking nice. I like to look nice. Don't get me wrong. It's just now in this day and age, we more so wear our fringes with our nice gear. Don't get me wrong. You know, it's nothing. That's not what we're saying here. But it's the spirit and the mind behind it. And also, there's a time and a place for everything. I feel when you in camp, you should look like you in camp. You should look like, you know. But nothing wrong with looking nice. You know what I'm saying? It's good that I run into brothers and sisters and they look nice. That means you clean, you keep up with yourself, and you like nice things. That's beautiful. But brothers be wanting to be the fly Hebrew in the camp, and it's just like a worldly vibration. You know what I'm saying? You know, see, yeah, be won over by the word, man, not because, oh, that nigga dressed like us. You know what I'm saying? And it's nothing, if you want to do that on your free time, whatever, or some camps think there's nothing wrong with that, fine, knock yourself out. I'm not here to judge nobody on that level. Right? We have 10,000 instructors in Yahushua. Everybody want to be the HNIC. Everybody, I'm the teacher. I'm the next camp. I'm the next new thing. And I'm going to hit you with something, man. Running a camp in a congregation is not easy. It's not. You know what I'm saying? You gotta endure. That's the main thing. You gotta endure and be consistent. You gotta be on this thing till Yahweh come back. Like Kumo D said, how you like me now?
That's right.
How you like me now? You gotta do this thing and be consistent. Building a camp is not, so we broke off, we got our new camp, we got our t-shirts, we got our logo, YouTube channel up. Yo, let's get these views. No. You got to keep doing this work for the next 10 years, 5 years. Don't get mad at the elder. Hopefully we're not here that long. But you got to keep doing this work for that time. Whenever that time is. Until Yahweh shall return. And a lot of brothers don't realize that. That's why the scriptures say, be not weary in well-doing. Right? So read on in 1 Corinthians 4:15.
Yet have ye not many fathers, for in Hamashiach Yahushua I have begotten you through the gospel.
Right. So Paul was basically saying, ye have many instructors in Yahushua, but not many fathers. Meaning, you got to have elders and solid men that's going to guide you in this gospel, not somebody that just want to be a teacher or want their own camp. You got to have men that are like spiritual fathers, that are elders and sincere and senior men and captains and men of stature and experience and years to guide you like a father figure, not somebody to just teach you. See, that's another. I got all the breakdowns for y'all brothers. Nah, you got to be there for counseling. You got to be there for guidance. You got to be there for when a brother's weak. All that. So Paul was saying, look, everybody want to be a teacher, but who's really going to be like a spiritual father, elder, senior man, guide to you? Everybody want their own camp, but do you know that means being responsible for the body? That means counseling, being there when people are weak, being there when people need help. All that comes with it. No, you just want to be the next 10,000 instructor in Yahushua. And it says, for in Yahushua I have begotten you through the gospel. And we got to all understand that. Your new camp is not what gets the people into the gospel. It's your works and the spirit of Yahushua using you as a vessel. So understand all that. So we don't want Israel to misunderstand what this work and this building this nation is really all about. And the things that you see happen in the nation, it's going to happen. It happens to the best of them. That's the point of this last little part of the lesson. All right. And many instructors, but you need those lead, father, elder, senior men, figures in this truth to guide you. And everybody got to understand, you came into this truth through the spirit of Yahweh Shai. It's not through no man. Our works are just being caught up in the glory with Yahweh Shai. Although we are important, when I say we, the men that the Most High is utilizing, I hope I'm one of them. I hope we are all one of them. As being the vessel. You know what I'm saying? You can't put air in a tire without a pump. Right? But what's really inflating that tire? The air. Right? The pump is just what you use to put the air into the tire. The pump, the air is like the spirit. So we are just the vessels used for the spirit of Yahweh trying to come through into you to wake you up and bring you into this truth. Everybody should understand that. I mean, that goes without saying. But that air is not going to get in that tire without that pump. You need that pump. So you need, the scriptures say, how shall they hear without a teacher? So you need the men to put in the work, but it's the spirit of the Lord that's going to really wake us up to this truth and this gospel. So a lot of times I bring this verse out because a lot of times brothers, part of the reason you have splits because brothers want their own glory. They want their own vain glory, not understanding you're a humble vessel being used by Yahweh Shai. And that's all. This is just for encouragement, no slight, no shot, no shade. These modern day sayings, you're talking about me. No, this is for HOI first and foremost, because we are body, and for all of Israel to understand. Don't do the woe is me spirit. It happens to the best of them. By Shema Mashiach Yahushua. Kwame Shah.
Shema Mashiach.
By Shema Mashiach.
Right. Well, yeah, hit dogs holler, but I wasn't even aiming at that dog. By Shema Mashiach Yahushua. Any questions or comments? Real quick, because it's 4:30, we got to get ready for new moon.
Shema Mashiach Yahushua.
Any questions or comments? So, just take that for encouragement. Beautiful lesson by
Yeah, Shalaki.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. You know what we're trying to do now, Elder? We're trying to build that prayer list. So I wanted to remind brothers about putting up their phone numbers and the camp they're in. We did it on the national group, but not every brother did it yet. And maybe even encourage the sisters to do the same. We need to be able to pray for each other in these last days, man. We see all of the craziness happening. So want to remind brothers, put up your phone number, the camp you're in. We're building a prayer list. And as the elder always says, we all need to have each other's number. So we're trying to do that, and not everybody put up their phone numbers yet on the group. I yield.
Khan, everybody put in the HOI nationwide, everybody put their name, the city that you're part of, and your phone number. We're working on a international prayer list for HOI, and sisters do it also. We don't have to have sisters' numbers because some sisters are married, and some brothers don't have to have, even single sisters, brothers don't have to have your number, but do it with sisters, and y'all can just, with the sisters, y'all can figure it out however y'all gonna do it. With the sisters, y'all do it and just give us the list of the names and the city that the sisters in. Y'all don't have to give the phone number because brothers don't have to have y'all numbers. All right, especially if you're married. All right, so we want to be respectful here. Some sisters, some brothers or elders have some sisters' numbers, whatever, obviously for communication reasons, but especially if sister's married or a sister just don't want her number out there amongst all the brothers. All the sisters, y'all should have each other number. All right? Stop that cattiness. Oh, I don't call her. No, I'm just messing with y'all. But yeah, everybody should have each other number. And y'all know I get on y'all, Elder, can you tell sister such and such to bring that good cornbread she make to the feast, sister, you can call her. And you ask her to bring the damn cornbread. You ain't gotta message me to tell a sister, get her number, get her information and call her. Brother's the same thing. Yo, what's the brother in Ohio name? The brother that wear the glasses, he kind of tall. Don't even know the brother's name. Yeah, can you text that brother and tell that brother to bring me that shirt when he comes to DC? Come on, Israel. Get the brother's number when you see him, and you text him and tell him that. Elder, can you tell HOI Philly, I want to come out there and see them next month. Contact HOI Philly. Damn, at least have the captains, at least have Kasaja's number. Something. You got to message me to message another part of HOI to give them a message. When you see them at Passover, you see them at DC, you see them at the rebuke, you see them at the cookout, you see them get their number and information. And learn their name. When they give you their number, have them put their name in and learn their name. What's the dark-skinned brother, Elder? Can you message him and tell him to bring me a headband? Contact the brother yourself. Get the brother's information. You got his Facebook or social media. DM and be like, hey, Ak, I never got your number. Let me get your number, King, just to stay in touch. You may not talk to every brother or sister every day, all day. You might not talk for weeks at a while, but if you need to contact each other, you got each other contact information. All right, so make sure y'all do that. You know, I'm guilty of it too. I got to get the rest of the brothers. I got a lot of brothers' numbers and information, but I need to get everybody's. All right, or I might have it in my phone. I might not have it saved. All right, so, you know, let's keep that in mind for the prayer list. All right, so new moon tonight, 5th month. New moon, 5th month. Everybody gather wherever they're gathering. HOI, NY, and J Philly will be out in East Orange. We're going to start about 8:30, most I will. Hopefully we can be on non-Hebrew CP time. But be there or be square, or whatever city or state you in, you know, make sure you congregate. If you can't make it for a legitimate reason, make sure you tap in with one of the lives. What else is coming up? The next Unity Sabbath class will be, let's do September 1st. September 1st. Yeah, it's about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. September 1st will be the next mandatory Unity Shabbat class. All right, same platform unless we announce different. September 1st, unless we switch it to another date. We'll make announcements. HOI 20th anniversary headquarters cookout, barbecue, New York City, Prospect Park, Brooklyn, Sunday, August 18th. We got 2 weeks from this Sunday. Sunday, August 18th, 2024, 12 p.m. till sundown. It's an all-white with gold accent affair because it's our 20th anniversary. But, I was getting complaints about the all-white because we're going to be in a park. I don't know. I guess some of y'all going to get down on the grass and roll around. You acting like you're going to get so dirty. And clothes get dirty. You got to wash them. But dirt shows up on white, whatever. If you don't want to do the all-white with the gold accent, whatever, we're just asking whatever you wear, incorporate white and gold into it. All right, but if you can, all white with gold accent. So like brothers, if you do a white shirt with gold fringes, sisters, a white skirt with gold fringes, tassels, bells, embellishment, whatever. But I'm going for an all white affair with gold accent. But I was getting knick-knacked about all white. It's gonna get dirty, Elder. Yes, clothes get dirty when you wear them. You take them home and you wash them. Like I said, some of y'all act like y'all going you gonna be on a damn grill. Your white gonna get charcoal all over it. Just be careful, and white gets dirty, but I don't know. Israel, y'all complain about everything. The damn chariot y'all gonna come and you're gonna say, I don't want to get on that chariot. I want to get on the one next to it. Just get on the damn chariot and get the hell out of here. But anyway, no folly. Right? Boom, boom, no folly. But August 18th, Tabernacles is coming up. Feast day season is coming up. October, Memorial blowing of the trumpets. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but y'all got the calendar. Feast of Tabernacles is October 15th to 22nd. We want to try to unify on something. I'm going to discuss it with some of the captains. If we can, we will, but if it's too much technical things, then everybody keep it in their areas. Whoever want to try to link up to the best of their ability will link up. But we know there's a lot of logistics with Tabernacles, so I'm going to talk to the captains. Maybe we can do something together in certain regions, but if not, keep it wherever you at. Hell, I might pop up to 2 or 3 Tabernacles this year. I don't know. But damn it, the elder might be there with his tent. Just make room for me. But anyway, no folly. That's about it. That's all I could think of right now. Anything else? Anything else y'all could think of?
Salakia.
Yeah.
Salakia Zaquan. The first is a Sunday. Did you mean the 7th or the 30th?
Let me look again, Salakia. Okay, I'm looking at my calendar wrong. Yeah, the 7th. My bad, the 7th.
Come.
My calendar is weird. This Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, I meant the 7th, yeah. The first Sabbath of September, which would be the 7th, the Water King. Yeah, September 7th. If I don't know, that might be Labor Day weekend. We might be going to Atlantic City, so I might switch it to the 15th. But I'll let y'all know. Because if we go into Atlantic City, we got to consider drive time. Y'all know we try to do Atlantic City on Memorial Day weekend and Labor Day weekend. So I'll keep y'all posted. If anything, it'll switch to the next Sabbath, which will be the 14th. The 14th. I said the 15th. Well, I'm looking at Sunday. Oh, this damn calendar is confusing. All right. So the next Unity Shabbat will be either September 7th or September 14th. All right. Any other questions or comments? Everybody have a blessed and peaceful new moon. We got the skate party in November. Again, it'll be in Detroit, probably at the same rink. If you can't make it, we would like everybody to purchase a ticket. All right, to support and to you can help others skate. And that's that. We'll announce the date. It's the Saturday after so-called Thanksgiving. All right, whatever date that is. But hell, if you can make it out there, throw a pair of damn skates on, come on out and skate with HOI.
Salakia.
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
I sent you a message in the chat. I sent you a message.
In what chat?
In the in your chat.
All right, I'll look at it later, sis.
Okay.
All right. So that's that. Anything else? Any other questions or comments? Again, just remember those dates. Like I said, I can't think of anything else right now. 9/11 pull up. September 11th is a Wednesday. We're gonna be downtown, off of Fulton Street. I forget the exact address. Sabal is in charge of the 9/11 pull up. That's his pet project. September 11th is a Wednesday. We'll be down there, I think 12 noon to 8 p.m. come on out, brothers that can make it. I know Wednesday's a weekday, but if you can make it, those are a lot of hours, so we need speakers. So come on out so everybody can get a half an hour to an hour to speak, because we out there for basically 8 hours. So come on down. That's 9/11. Every year we go rebuke 9/11. And of course, this year, like every year, it will be the DC uniformity. So the cream shirts, the cream DC shirts with the beige pants. Sisters can come out too. Sisters can come out and support also. All right.
Like it.
Nope. Them HOI New York dudes can't say nothing. Nah.
Yes, like it. We're gonna be in front of
Josh.
the Millennium, in front of the Millennium Hotel. That's where we're gonna be. Pull up. Meet us in front of the Millennium Hotel.
I don't know why we go every year and I forget the location. Just like DC, I always forget where we gonna be at in DC on that H Street. But it's the Millennium Hotel, the Millennium Downtown Hotel. We'll get the exact address. Brothers and sisters can come out for support, because we usually have a decent amount of brothers. We can watch over the sisters. Y'all can come out too. That's Wednesday, 9/11. We're gonna rebuke 9/11. You know, last year was very good. Last year was my first year that I was supposed to make it the year before, but it rained. I ran from the rain. But last year was my first year, and it was beautiful. It was a great camp. So come on out and support that. It'll be DC uniformity, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. Get in touch with Sabal. Sabal is in charge of the 9/11 rebuke. So get in touch with Sabal for any further details. And of course, you know, that'll be in New York City, downtown Manhattan, in front of the Millennium Hotel, right across from the 9/11 memorial. That's it. That's all I can think of now. So again, great lesson. You know, Kasaja hit y'all with that good World War III information. Go back HOI News and watch the class again, study the notes when you have time. Continue to have a blessed Shabbat, blessed new moon tonight, 5th month. Brothers and sisters, we love y'all. Just please stay in order. Social media, again, the stuff you do on social media, it affects everybody, you, your household, the camp, the body. Just be mindful. That's nothing against nobody. Post what you want, how you want, when you want on your social media. You're all grown. All right. We don't micromanage the camp, but be mindful. Just be mindful. And whatever's going on amongst the body, don't put it on social media. Don't, every little argument y'all get in, y'all don't have to post about it. You go through something with a brother or sister, just keep it between y'all. All right? So just be mindful, Israel. The stuff we do, it all, we all represent each other. So keep that in mind. So that's about it. We got some rules and regulations that we're restructuring. That's going to come out soon. Everything is going to be in writing to just keep the camp more locked in and more efficient. And remember, everything is done out of love. It's not personal. It's not to hurt you. It's not to tear you down. It's not because we don't like you. It's all done out of love and sincerity and to build you up as brothers and sisters. Just like parents, we want the best for our righteous spiritual children. Con?
Elder.
All right, so unless there's anything else, we can pray out.
Oh, Slaki, real quick, I had a question.
Nope, not told you nothing from nothing from NYNJ. Especially NY, especially NY dude. Nah, go ahead.
Now I had the Manessa brother hitting me up asking about the cookout. What day was that set for? I forgot.
August 18th. I'm gonna give him a flyer.
Okay, Con. I got you. The word, Elder.
Kasaja, you got the I text you the information for the flyer.
God, Elder.
Okay, Khan. So we should have a flyer. I'm gonna do it a little different this year. I'm gonna print physical flyers to give out. Normally we just post it on social media, but I'm gonna print physical flyers that we can give out at the camps. So people will have it. But don't just give it to anybody. All right. Give it to brothers and sisters that listen, things of that nature. So that's it. Anything else, Akim? Or Aquafium? All right, so next Unity Sabbath, September 7th, tentatively September 7th or September 14th. Mandatory Unity Sabbath for all of HOI. Also, again, this is important, everybody. I hope y'all are contributing in y'all different cities. All right, all the captains and senior men, they should have accounts, Cash App, bank account, however they set it up, for your city's kitty. Please, everyone, that's important because so funds can get built up in your city to do things. The captains and the senior men, I trust them. I know they'll do the right thing with the funds. I'm not even worried about that. But tithes, offerings, whatever you want to call it, don't get spooked out by the word tithes. It just means tenth. It don't mean lettuce and tomatoes, right? That's what y'all bring out when y'all want to rebuke the pastors. Oh, tithes is not money, it's lettuce and tomatoes. No. Tithes, it just simply, the word means tenth. So there's nothing wrong if you want to give a tenth of your earnings or whatever you can afford. HOI, we're a very fair camp, whatever you can afford, but everyone should be trying to donate on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, however you get your money basis, even if it's $5. Give something to your city's captains and senior men to put in the kitty to have funds built up for your city to do different things. Khan?
Elder.
Them cons took a while to come in, goddammit. Israel talk about that. Nah. No folly. But yeah, everybody get to your captains and senior men. Hey, what do we have today? We got Cash App, we got a bank account, whatever. Here's for the kitty. All right. And like I said, I know brothers have proven they're gonna do the right thing with the bread. I'm not even worried about that. All right, but everybody should be doing that in whatever city you're in, whoever's over the treasury in that city. Khan? All right. So that's about it, because that's important, to build up funds so we can always have something in the kitty to get things done. So with that, we're gonna imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim, rise and face the east, or prostrate yourself, however you feel comfortable praying. Like I said, prostrate yourself, lift up your hands. If you have ailments and you need to sit down, you can sit down and lift up your hands, pray. You can stand, you can get on your knees, however you feel comfortable praying. Fine? We just gonna and nobody should be leaving during the prayer. I don't get that. Unless you got dropped off or something happened, you shouldn't be leaving during the prayer. All right. We're gonna do the Lord's Prayer and the Shemais and a blessing of the Sabbath. Khan? Khan. Salakia. All right. Salakia. Lord's Prayer, Yahweh's Prayer, Matthew 6, 9 through 13, in the ancient Paleo-Hebrew tongue. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkar, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'a, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratazah, Kawal, Haya Bashamayim Nadananawa Lakam Ho Yawam Wasalaknawa Kabawafinawa Kasalaknawa Kabawafinawa Wala'a Dabianawa Banasaya one Abol Abishainawa Man Ra Kaya Laka Hamalakwaf Wa Allah Wa Dapraaf Lai Walamyum Amen. English translation, Our Father Yahweh, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Ba'ashem HaMashiach Yahushua Tawara Amen. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Shema Yasharella Yahweh Alahayanawa Yahweh Achad Shema Yasharella Yahweh Alahayanawa Yahweh Achad Shema Yasharella Yahweh Alahayanawa Yahweh Achad. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh power, Yahweh is one. Deuteronomy 6, verse 4, Credo of Israel. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Hamashiach, Yahushai, Raknawa, Wa'ashala, Wahabi Asapayim. Blessed O Most High Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Mashiach, Yahushai. Please bless all of Israel throughout the four corners of the earth, Most High. Continue to bless and uplift and watch over our people forever and ever, Most High. Ba'ashem, Mashiach, Yahushai, the water, the Yad, Awalam. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh, Hahawa'ah, Natananawa, Hashabaf, Ba'Shalom, Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahushai, the water, the Yad, Awalam. Amen. Blessed O Most High Yahweh, Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahushai. Salakia. Blessed O Most High Yahweh, Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahushai. Thank you for the Sabbath and peace and blessings and rest, Most High. Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahushai, the water, the Yad, Awalam. Amen. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kwame Shalom. Salakia, real quick, if everybody can put some olive oil on their head, I'm gonna anoint everybody. We don't have to say all the names, we're just gonna do it. Everybody, 2-3 minutes, put some olive oil on your head. Good, y'all still there?
God.
God.
Good.
I had to go in the kitchen to get the olive oil to put it on my head.
God. Some of y'all need to pour the whole goddamn bottle on.
God.
Double anointing today.
Get all them spirits off. All right, anointed prayer number 6:22-27. Yabaraki Yahweh, Wayashamaka, Ya'a Yahweh, Panyawa, Ayaka, Wayachanka, Yasha'a Yahweh, Panyawa, Ayaka, Wayashamlaka, Shalom, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Hamashiach, Yahushai, Baruchusha, Shamai, Nawa, Aita, Shalak, Ma'ika'ala, Walahayim, La, Shema Ayo, Barak, Rapar, Izar, Magun, Kazak, Hatazayahu, Kwawa, Yasha'ala, 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 Wa, Bayaf Yasha'ala, Kol Akyum, Bayaf Yasha'ala, Kol Akwafyum, Bayaf Yasha'ala, Kol Akyum, Kol Akwafyum, Kol Bunyum Yasha'ala, Bahashem, Hamashiach, Yahawashai, Tawada, Damyan, Iwalam, Amen. English translation, anointing prayer number 6, 22 to 27. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Aharon and unto his sons, saying, On this wise ye shall bless the children of Yasha'ala, saying unto them, Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. And they shall put my name upon the children of Yasha'ala, and I will bless them. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai, the water, the Yah, I will love. Amen. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai, the water, the Yah, I will love. Amen. Put me shut up.
Come yourself.
Come yourself.
Shema Mashiach Yahushai.
Come yourself.
Come yourself.
Come yourself.
All right, Shalom family. Everybody remember new moon tonight. Everybody have a blessed new moon. Again, next Unity Shabbat will be September 7th. Make sure y'all log on. Unless the date changes, we'll keep y'all posted. And let's get ready for the feast day season and all that good stuff. Again, support your cities, support your local cities, and make sure when you come in these classes, make sure you got your Bible Apocrypha notepad. Bible Apocrypha notepad. Any other dictionaries, other books you want to have for your studies, but Bible Apocrypha notepad. Everybody should be reading along with the class and taking notes. Khan? And don't listen. Do not say Khan, and you're not, because the angels are watching. You can lie to us because we can't see. You can lie to us because we can't see in your house. But make sure when y'all come on these classes, you taking notes. If you haven't been doing it, be honest. And if you haven't been doing it in the future, come on a class ready. Bible Apocrypha and notepad. Khan?
Done.
All right, I love y'all. And Yahweh Shai. And y'all stay strong. Much love in Yahweh Shai. Everybody enjoy the rest of the summer season. Stay cool. Hope to see y'all out at some of the events we got coming up. If I don't, I'll see you when I can. Shout out to Atlanta again. Atlanta was great. Beautiful. Work got done. The homos tried to break our cameras, but we still kept teaching. And it was all good.
God.
All right, family.
I love you too, Elder.
All right, love y'all, man, and stay strong. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom. Shalom. Shalom.